Mic check, mic check, mic check.
times they told us two parents are allowed, which is good
Right.
because at first I heard no parents were going to be allowed and they were going to live stream it or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was like, no.
No. Well, it's good that they're opening it up at least to two.
Yeah.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. When are we going to start playing basketball, man?
Uh, anytime. Or have to
Did
start.
Did you get your vaccine already?
Yes, both of them.
You know, I got a little court here at my house. I'm gonna invite you here to the house. Let's do some 3-on-3s.
Okay. I better get in shape first because I haven't shot a ball in a long time.
But that's what I'm saying. We're gonna get in shape here together.
Okay.
I don't think none of us have. So I'm gonna invite you to the house, and I got like a small full court. So we'll have a couple of old guys like me and you, a couple of young guys. You know, we'll mix it up.
Okay. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
In fact, speaking of old guys, I don't know if we have any openings on this committee, and I keep forgetting. I guess I can't say anything online unless everybody's online as far as our committee work. But I happen to know one of the guys that used to play and is kind of like limited now with his age, but he's a former Miami Herald. He did research for them, but he's a gifted writer. And so sometimes we have to write things, you know, within our, with our committee. And he would be, you know, really a good guy to have on the committee.
I think I know. What's his name? He used to write for the Heat, right?
Well, no, he was actually on the committee. He was on the committee. Yeah, Tim Reynolds.
Yeah.
He was one of the original members.
Yeah.
Along
I know
with Coleman. Right.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, no, he's a super guy. But he came off the committee. But this man's name is Dave Oliver.
Okay.
He's you'll see him at the basketball courts every morning, silver hair, white hair, and about 80 years old.
How's business, Jim? Has it gotten a little better there on Main Street?
Yeah, it's coming back. It's coming back. It's been fairly slow, but it is coming back. So
Good evening, everyone.
Hey.
Good to see you all. Definitely good to see you all. And Ryan, phenomenal picture. You're looking great.
Ryan.
Just checking in. There he is.
Thank you, sir.
Good to hear you, Ryan. Roman, are you also there?
Somewhere around here, trying to turn on my Lakes Drive.
Perfect. Okay, and I know Carino just checked in earlier. So, first and foremost, welcome, guys. It is great to see you. Great for us to finally meet again. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Roman. Roman, you do have quorum from what I can see. I see no public comments, either pre-recorded nor joined in. So you can go ahead and commence this meeting.
All right, let's go ahead and start the meeting dated April 26, 2021. Official start time, 5:38 p.m. Mr. Secretary, can you do roll call, please?
You are mute. There you go.
Yes, sir. Let me pull up our roster here. Chair Roman Garcia.
Present.
James Hamilton, Vice Chair.
Here.
Ryan Holland, Secretary, is present. Karina Sid.
Present.
Helen Roldan. No Helen. And Marcos Gutierrez.
Present.
All right.
So you do have quorum, Roman. And then just a side note, through the chair, just to advise you, Helen did inform me that she is in a meeting. And if she does get out in time, she will be trying to call in to the meeting as quick as she can.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. All right. First order of on the agenda is old business, which would be approval of the minutes from our last meeting, which was June 25th of last year. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to look them over if you haven't already, and then we'll go from there. Is there any questions or concerns with the minutes from June 25th, 2020?
No.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes from June 25th, 2020?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Jim, second by Marcos. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, minutes pass as presented. On to new business. Obviously, I probably should have moved this up, Jeremy. We suffered a great loss to our class of 2020 recently with the passing of Coach Howard Schnellenberger. So I'd like to take a moment as a committee to honor him and hold a moment of silence in his name. Please join us in a 10-second moment of silence. Thank you very much. As Jim, I'm sure, could elaborate, it was a hard loss for us, especially the fact that we couldn't have our induction ceremony last year when he was gung-ho at attending. We worked extensively for the last couple of years to get him inducted into the Miami-Dade Sports Hall of Fame. And, due to the pandemic, we had last year's ceremony canceled. And so unfortunately he passed, a couple of weeks ago. So he was a great man, and he'll definitely be missed around the town, even though I know he was up living in Boca Raton for the last couple of years. So anybody else want to chime in on that?
No, it's well spoken and well said, what you just mentioned. But it was tough after two years and counting not to be able to get him inducted before he passed on. So, but in all due respect, we'll get some family member to attend whenever we do present it. So they're all on board to do their part. So thank you.
No, thank you, Jim, for bringing him as a nominee a few years back. And, I'm looking forward to eventually being able to induct our class of 2020 at some point in the near future as things start to look a little bit better as we move forward from this. Our next item is the election.
Before you move off, as one of the older guys, I don't know if you young guys know that the Hurricanes were going to cancel their program until he took over the Hurricanes. They were literally going to cancel football until he went with a cigar into the neighborhoods in Miami-Dade County and turned the program around. But before he took over, actually, Lou Saban, I think, came in before him, and they were going to cancel the program, and he came in and revived it, right?
Yeah.
A lot of history there. A lot of history, guys.
Yeah.
I do want to take a moment also to recognize both Roman and Jim's effort. As soon as we got wind of the news when it broke, both of them actually reached out to me, and the town was able to actually put out a social media press release and post on his passing. And it was definitely a great thing to be able to recognize him, not only as we are individually in recognizing all his accomplishments, but as a town, we made sure that he wasn't our inductee. He is going to receive a spot on our wall, and we wanted to make sure that we recognize him, and I think we did so in a great manner. So I do appreciate both the chair and Jim's help on that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right, moving on to our next item. Election of chair, vice chair, and secretary for 2021. I'll open the floor up to whoever wants to speak.
Well, I would like to say that if we're obviously going to have the elections tonight, we might want to poll the committee and see who would want to be chair in the event that you wanted to relinquish the chair. If you didn't want to relinquish the chair, it's kind of like, if it's not broken, don't worry about fixing it. So it's kind of in your court a little bit. I mean, you've led us since I've been on board. But that's up to your pace and how busy you are. Roman.
I appreciate the kind words, Jim. It's hard to say. I mean, with COVID the way it is, things have slowed down a little bit for me. But again, it's at the mercy of the committee. Whoever, if somebody does want the position, I don't mind relinquishing it. If you guys want me to continue to serve in it, I'll continue to serve in it. Again, at this point, we're halfway through this year already. So it's just, finishing off this year, and then we'll see what comes in 2022. That's for sure.
So I'm okay as it is. Hear from some other committee members in the event they would like to, be the chair.
I'm okay how it is also. I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Me too, I diddle that. If you want to do a motion to keep everything status quo,
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
I was going to say, I would nominate Roman Garcia to be the chair for 2021 for the Sports Hall of Fame Committee.
I second it.
So we have a motion and a second for Roman Garcia to remain as chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so I guess that goes through. And then now we go to vice. Anybody nominees for vice chair?
I'd like to nominate Jim and keep the status quo as well.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Jim Hamilton for vice chair, nomination by Marco, seconded by Ryan. Jim, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, seeing none. Jim Hamilton, congratulations on your vice chairmanship again.
Thank you.
And now we move on to secretary. Opening the floor.
Ryan, are you okay with it?
I am okay with it. Yes.
Okay, so I nominate Ryan Holland as our secretary.
Okay, we have a motion for Ryan Holland as secretary,
I second that.
second by Karina Sid. Ryan, you're okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all in
Honor.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, congratulations, Ryan, being reappointed secretary of the Sports Hall of Fame Committee for the town of Miami Lakes. All right, next item is a discussion that I was gonna open the floor with Jeremy and the committee to see where we're at as far as COVID goes with the likelihood of attempting to have a ceremony at some point this year, what the town is looking at as far as, COVID response and stuff.
So with that, thank you, Chair. Yes, there has been some changes. Actually, 3 weeks ago, the county actually rescinded one of the more stringent rules that they had in place for government facilities, basically removing that government facility from the 10 or less people. So now we are really just governed by social distancing. So we are allowed to meet in governmental facilities for public meetings, public events, so long as social distancing can be respected. With that, we actually just met last week with administration, and we're working on possible total attendees in given spaces. So we're looking at all of our rec centers for what we might be able to do down the future for rentals and for events. So this would go hand in hand. Once we are able to rent and we have those numbers, then we'll be able to plan for events. So those numbers should be coming out sometime this week. With that, there is going to be, as you can imagine, in some of these places, a severe cut in attendance allowed. This is going to, right off the bat, cut attendance due to restrictions, but there also still may be residual lack of attendance for group meetings, group occasions of this such. So even if we do have space for, let's call it 20, 25 individuals, you may not get all those individuals wishing to attend just yet.
No, and I agree completely with that. I mean, It all depends, because I know in the past we've limited it to 10 people per enshrinee. Obviously, at that point, once we get a physical final number from the town, the committee will have to make a decision as to how many we can open it up to. I know this class that of 2020 per se was Coach Snellenberger, was Miriam Ochoa, and a few others. So we would just need to know because obviously we need to take into account committee members, we need to take into account elected officials and stuff like that. Even, the other question is we can go back to the whole sponsorship scenario of possibly doing a tent outside where there's more room, and then doing just the unveiling with the, enshrinees inside. It's an option we can look at once we get numbers from the town. And then obviously financial, because obviously sponsorship money is going to be pressed to come by because of a lot of local businesses being affected by the pandemic. So it's something we can discuss, once we get hard numbers from the town. Go ahead, Jim.
We're not looking at 2021 having a ceremony, are we? It's more like 2022 at the earliest. Is that correct?
At this point, I want to listen to see what the town tells us. And maybe, we can have a ceremony later on this year, October, November timeframe.
Oh,
just to
okay.
get the class of 2020 enshrined. Because as it is, my next item on the agenda is obviously, and I guess I can bring it up now, is just the fact that at this point with the nomination deadline passing, I'm assuming Jeremy doesn't have any new nominees for a class of 2021 because we didn't promote it like we have in the past due to the fact of the pandemic and we haven't been meeting. So it's pretty safe to say that we're abandoning the class of 2021. So at this point, I would look to, depending on what the town allows us to do, is possibly having something October, November timeframe just to enshrine the class of 2020. And then we'll move forward and start nominating for a class of 2022.
Jeremy, is that your thought too?
My thought is I have a rough idea of what is going to be able to fit in the clubhouse. It is going to be a rather tight number, and then it's not my recommendation. I mean, I'm going to come back with the space allotment that is allowed, but the bigger direction is going to come from you guys. If we are looking at potentially, I mean, like the chair said, we used to invite 10 per enshrinee. At this point, you may be looking at 1 to 2 per enshrinee. Do we want to really go back in the way we've done things and really reduce the environment, reduce the ceremony itself by having your family as an enshrinee? I'm trying to think from the enshrinee aspect. In order to get it done quicker, or do we want to wait and see once we start having less restrictions and once this seems to go back to a norm? Either way, I have to pull the numbers anyways for rentals and for other stuff, so I'll still get back to you guys with how many individuals can fit. But if I had to ballpark it inside that clubhouse, those 2 meeting rooms, it's not going to be a number north of 30, I think. So you're looking real low.
Unless the numbers change.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. I
Right.
mean, you have seen there has been a spatial, a social distancing number reduced when it comes to childcare and aftercare. They're now within 3 feet. So if some of these continue to drop down, then yes, there could be more space. And if it gets to the point where immunity levels are high enough and it comes down from a higher agency, that we don't have to go with that, then of course we can definitely have higher numbers within the ceremony.
Is it possible to have somebody from the town calculate based on a 3-foot distance on social distancing?
Yeah, it's going to be me as the town's acting emergency manager. I'll be doing this anyways, so I'll just add that caveat and make sure that when I pull the numbers for the normal 6 feet, I'll pull it out of 3 feet as well.
Right, and then that way, and then how much lead time do we know, for instance, if you came through with something that's reasonable to pull it off in the fall, if that's the direction, how much lead time do we need to, plan it and, run it successfully? 90 days?
That would be, yeah, dependent on you. I mean, typically, I'm trying to think of any special events that we've pushed through and what is their lead time. I mean, farmer's market got put together in probably 60 days. So I would say probably somewhere between that 60 to 90 days. And that's also so you give enough time for your enshrinees and making sure we can have individuals attend with a date far out in
Right.
advance. Yeah.
Yeah, because the more lead time they have, the more assurance that they'd be there, because, you know, there's no sense of having it if we can't make sure that they're going to attend or could attend. So one of the other concept could be is that on the class of 2022, that we don't have, I mean, in the event that we can't pull this off this fall and that things work out for June of 2022, we could kind of compress two classes into one. I mean, that's one thought, to do the 2020 class, which would be four, I believe it's 4 or 5. 2 have already deceased, passed on, and 3 would be, you know, attending, and then maybe have a smaller class of 3 or 4, so it's not too big, but that's another concept.
It's definitely on the table, Jim. I just, I mean, I wouldn't want to combine the classes unless we really, really have to. That way they each get their own night per se. But it's something to consider. And then, you know, obviously once we get the direction from the town, it's something we'll have to meet up again on and then just make a decision. Because at that point, I'll have to go back to town council and get their blessing to host the ceremony.
Right.
Because when I went to them last year, in May or after we elected it, I think I went back to them just before June's meeting, and I told them that we were postponing, that I would at least give them a 60-day notice before we would go back to hosting the ceremony.
Do we, Jeremy, what do you think about that option? I'm kind of anticipating that it's probably going to go to a 3-foot, you know, I mean, things seem to be progressing with all the vaccines and all the hopefully herd immunity in the near future. But we could also consider what Roman said, where we could do the unveiling coming in with the immediate family members and have maybe like right there a little bit of an outdoor event where there won't be those restrictions as far as space or limitation. I mean, is that an option we want to leave open?
You'll still have the space and limitations because it'll still fall under the same purview as being a meeting or a venue. But yes, we could eventually get tents that hold a larger amount of people. Now, the only thing is going to be the financials. I mean, we did okay year one with sponsorships. We had a few here and there, but this would require a good substantial amount of sponsorships in order to procure. I mean, what we had looked at was these large-scale tents that were enclosed on each end. I believe, with AC. Remember, people are going to be coming in suit and tie, so it is quite a hefty activity.
Did we ever
if you want
get
to pursue that.
financial numbers on that?
I believe so. I don't have them on me now, but I want to say I did present numbers that I got from a rental company.
Now, I think October, November, the weather should be really nice unless we pick the wrong day. You know, I mean, I don't have an option of those type of tents, right? But if we pick the right day, I think that we might not need to go with those high-end tents. Is Fiesta Carrusel an approved town vendor? Because if he is, he'd love the publicity and he'd cut us a real good deal. I could send you his number. And he'd love the publicity, you know, as far as maybe even sponsoring part of you know, getting his tents out there. If you guys want to look at that as an option. And he's got all sorts of outdoor tents.
So, Marcos, just a side note for historical purposes, yeah, we looked at it even before COVID, moving to these tents for space and for being able to invite more people and maybe one day down the road have it open to individuals. But I'll check through our vendors list and see if we've used them before.
I'll send his contact info if you have.
But regardless, depending on the dollar amount, unless it was an in-kind donation. That would have to potentially go out to either a bid or well, a bid through an RFP or an actual full through bid. But we can definitely talk it over and see if he's looking to donate. And then, I'm sorry, I know, Roman, you were going to jump in, but I just wanted to also mention something that Jim mentioned. The issue with combining two will also be, even in a world without COVID space. We fill the room already with our 4 to 5 enshrinees. If we look at 7 to 8, we're really going to be pushing it.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that, and that's my one fear, and it's also, I would like to give, like I mentioned, each class their due. I know we went from 5 to 3 this year, unfortunately, due to two of our members passing away. Obviously, we would love to still have family members from those 2 enshrinees representing them and receiving their plaques and giving their just due. But again, it all comes down to numbers and physical distancing and social distancing and making sure that the town is safe and our members are safe and our enshrinees are safe. So it's definitely something, once we get those numbers back from the town, we'll reconvene and discuss and going forward, see what our best option is. JR, question on Marcos's suggestion. He can speak to this gentleman and see if the guy's willing to sponsor us and give us that, right? He's definitely, he can talk to them and see if they'd be willing to sponsor, correct?
Correct. The only thing he can do is essentially it would be just unsolicited. I mean, it's asking if he wanted to be a donor first. That's the big thing.
Exactly. So I mean, there's nothing stopping us from Marcos approaching this gentleman.
Correct. It's just it becomes a little diluted when you can't really talk about the scope of it if we know we're going to be going out to bid. The problem is pricing. Once we know it hits a threshold, we have to go out and bid this. It has to be competitively bid. So.
And what's the threshold? So we know.
$5,000.
5,000. So anything under 5,000, we don't, we wouldn't have to go to bid on.
Correct.
Okay. So Marcos, do you want to at least have a discussion with this gentleman and see, what he'd be willing to do if we go that route? Did Marcos drop off?
It seems he might have frozen.
Okay.
His video looks frozen, yeah.
Okay, so we'll see when he comes back on, and we'll have that discussion. See if he just wants to approach and have a conversation with the gentleman. Okay, any new business from anybody else on the committee?
Well, no, but it sounds like we're kind of narrowing our scope, so we now know that our first focus would be try to do something, if I'm getting this right, in the fall to complete the class of 2020. And then that would really help us going forward. And also knowing that means we're kind of not doing anything for the class of 2021, but we're going to focus in on class of 22.
Well, at this point, we had no nominees for class of 21 that
So,
were turned
right.
in by the deadline. So at this point, there is no class of 2021. So at this point, we would be moving forward and trying to enshrine the class of 2020. And if we can get it done in, the late fall, early winter, November, late October, November, December timeframe, then we can concentrate on our media relations campaign through the town to promote for the class of 2022 for nominations to meet the deadline of, what is it, first week of March, if I'm not mistaken, is what we changed it to.
I believe so. In
So
spring.
I think that's our best bet. Jeremy, do we need to have a motion, I guess, per se, in order to abandon the class of 2021?
Just for record-keeping purposes for the most part. So it's clear that the direction was to, I don't want to say abandon. It's really just take the fact that we have no submittals, no nominations, and move forward with a class of 2022 year. But yeah, I mean, a motion will just clarify for the record.
Okay, so is anybody willing to motion to basically, due to the fact of no nominees or no holdovers, that we're going to go ahead and skip class of 2021, concentrate on inducting the class of 2020, and then start focusing on the class of 2022? It's a long motion.
Do you want that to be your motion, Roman?
Well, I
And then
don't
we
know.
can just second it?
I don't know if I'm allowed to motion it. Am I, Jeremy? That's the chair. Jeremy, am I allowed to motion as chair? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make that a motion to not to skip class of 2021 due to the coronavirus pandemic, concentrate on enshrining the class of 2020 at some point this calendar year, and then concentrate on moving forward with the class of 2022.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't think Marcos has come back and joined us yet, so it would be 4-0.
He's just muted. No,
He's
he's
muted.
back in.
Aye.
You-
Aye.
All right, we can
Okay,
hear you now,
so-
Marcos.
Ryan, 5-0 for record keeping.
Got it.
Okay, Marcos, while you were out, I did speak with Jeremy. As the committee goes, we can go ahead and, if you want to have a conversation with the gentleman and
Okay,
see if he'd be willing to do a donation of some sort.
right.
Jeremy informed us that the threshold for us to have to go out the bid would be $5,000. Anything over $5,000, we would have to put out the bid.
Yeah,
So,
Okay.
again, I don't know what these tents would run. And like we said, I mean, come October, November timeframe, we might not need the ACs. I know we had discussed the ACs for June timeframe. Maybe October, November, early December, we might be good not to have the AC units and maybe just have an open tent. So that would be a significant cost savings to the town and to all our sponsors at that point.
I will speak to him and I'll have him give me a couple of different options. Now, I've got a question for you. If in an ideal world, well, we could have it outside and probably it could be open, the weather's not an issue. How many people ideally would you want to accommodate? He knows all the social distance requirements and all that type of stuff, so I know what size of tent or how many multiple tents we'll be looking at.
Jeremy, what do we usually pack into the pre-COVID? What were we using?
I think we were close to 100. I'm gonna try to bring up some old plans I have, but I want to say it was close.
Again, and that was with the class of 5 or 6. I think we did 100
Yeah.
or 95.
Yes.
So I mean, really, with a class of 3, because 2 passed away, yes, we'll want representation from those 2. I mean, if they can get us a tent for 60 to 70, whatever they need to fit in there,
Right.
as many tents as they need to, I
I was
think that
gonna
would be
say
a
60.
good round number.
Yeah, maybe I could tell him because I know he wants the advertising. Maybe he could charge one, donate one, and keep it, at a certain level. So I'll talk to him and I'll get back to Jeremy and you guys on that.
Yeah, just let us know, and what we'll do is we'll discuss it. I'll put it as an agenda item for the next meeting, just to follow up on that.
Okay.
Because then at that point, once we decide what we're going to do, once we get the numbers back from the town, we can put up our sponsorship page, right, Jer?
Yes.
Okay, and we can once we know that we're going to go ahead and move forward with this at some point, we can start looking for sponsors and we can start looking for in-kind donations and all that. And then, I'll go in front of council for final blessing to move forward with the class of 2020 induction.
Okay.
Okay, anybody have any other new business to bring before the committee?
And then just for clarification, 2019 we had 80 attendees.
Okay, so I think with COVID the way it is, I think 60 to 70 would be a nice round number for 3 attendees per se, 3 trainees.
Okay.
And 2, So I think if we go 60 to 70 this year, it really won't hurt us going forward. Too bad. We can always open it up, once we get back to hopefully pre-COVID days one day.
And ideally, you guys would want to shoot for like October timeframe, November. I think December.
I would say late October,
Right.
anywhere from late October to the first week of December would be the latest. I would think.
Okay.
Because we definitely don't want to get it involved in the holidays.
Right.
You know, obviously it won't be Thanksgiving week. It wouldn't be, and I wouldn't want to push it anywhere near Christmas time.
Correct.
You know,
So late
so
October, case scenario, early December, but late October, I think it's a little nicer.
yeah, it all depends where we're at. You know, again, you know, sponsorship wise and stuff like that, we got to see if we can make it work and get in front of town council for approval.
Okay.
Roman,
Sure.
concept wise, so let's go back on the current class we're talking about. And if we had 60 attendees in total, would we still be using a tent? Because with 60, we should be able to get into the facilities we have now because we've held up to 95.
Yeah, but that was pre-COVID, Jim. According to Jeremy, we'd be looking at probably indoors, probably 30, 35 maybe.
Yeah.
So, you know, because that's with 6 foot distancing. Even at 3 foot distancing, you might get 40, 45 inside. So I
Okay.
would still lean towards the tent if we want to go to 60 to 70 people. That way, maybe instead of 10 per enshrinee, maybe we give 6. Because we also take it, like I said, we got to take into account town elected officials, and we got to take into account sponsors. That if we do get any sponsors, they have access to come to the event.
So we would actually do the induction inside a tent as opposed to that building.
I would do the presentation in the tent with the family, and then the unveiling, we would bring the enshrinees in to the actual Hall of Fame inside, and maybe immediate family. I mean, it all depends on what we could fit in that hallway at that point when we get there. You know, the town would have to give us a number, and maybe it could be the enshrinee plus 1, enshrinee plus 2, plus town council, mayor, you know, committee, and then just for photo ops. But the actual ceremony per se, the induction of would happen in the tent.
Okay.
Which is, I mean, that's been my vision for this for a couple of years now, and Jeremy is my witness. This is my vision because eventually I want to make this a big enough event that we can open it to the town and not just have it secluded to just the enshrinees' families. You know, I want to be able to make this a staple in the town.
And
So this could be a good test run.
Right, and I'm also envisioning, you know, with all the high IT guys that we have, we could literally have the presentation outside, and when you do the unveiling, you know, we could have a screen or a TV where people outside in the tent could actually see the unveiling, you know, on a Facebook Live or what have you, you know, where, you know, they could actually see that happen, and you could only have the immediate family members and a couple of town officials actually in there, but everybody could view it from the tent.
That's something that can be discussed once we finalize plans. I'm sure the town's IT department would be willing to help us, and the special events department can help us with that.
I think everybody's itching to get back to normal, at least halfway to normal, right?
Sure.
I think Jeremy and all of us are 100% behind that one, getting somewhat back to normal. And I think having this type of event will prove to the naysayers that we're getting there. Now, we're not fully there, but we're getting there.
Right. Moving in the right direction.
Yes. All right. So any other new business to be brought up?
I have a question, I guess, for Jeremy. Do we have any openings on this committee?
No, we have all 7. Sorry, I'm trying to think here. I want to say,
There's only 6.
no, we have 1 opening, and I can't remember whose seat it is. I have written it down last meeting. Let me see if I go through my notes.
Because I was going to put out a name of a Miami Lakes resident that's already involved in it, probably another committee, Elderly Affairs Committee. But he's also a gifted writer. He worked for the Miami Herald his whole career, I guess. And he's also a Hall of Fame inductee in the last class we had,
Himself, yeah.
Dave Oliver.
Yeah, we
And-
definitely do have an availability. I got to see which council seat it is, and I can inform them. Do we know if Mr. Oliver is inclined to want to participate?
I haven't really reached out to him in that regard, but I just value his insight into, the people in the town of Miami Lakes and his background, with the Miami Herald. It never hurts to have another good writer, join us. particularly when we have to write introductions and all these inductees. That's a gift that Roman has and Tim Reynolds had, and
I can,
obviously,
what I'll do is I will reach out to Dave and I will see his aptitude for it. And if he is up
Okay.
for it, I'll go ahead and inform the clerk to inform the open council member that there is an interested individual, and he can submit, of course, all his accreditations. And I've worked with Dave before, and I'm sure a lot of us have. And if not, you've met him. And if not, all you have to do is go on a Monday or Wednesday out to the ball field
That's
midday,
right.
and you'll be out there playing softball with him. So I'll definitely see if he's up for it, and then I'll pass along through the proper channels.
don't go out there unless you're ready to play. 'Cause he'll
They'll
get
pull you
you-
out no matter what you're wearing.
Yeah.
Right. That's right.
All right, so any other new business to be brought before the committee? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item, which will be setting of our next meeting. Obviously, Jeremy's telling us we might have numbers probably in the next 2 weeks. Do we want to try to set a meeting in a month? In order to try to, see, maybe Marcos will have some feedback on his meeting with the gentleman. Jeremy will have feedback on numbers. Jeremy, do you want to come back at us with dates about a month away, 30 days out?
Yes, I will inform you that I will be out next month, the week of the 17th.
Oh, man, okay.
And then I will also let you know that Wednesday, the 26th, is definitely a no-go on my end. I have my other neighborhood service district meetings that take place the fourth Wednesday of every month.
That's fine.
So I can take a look at that the week of the 24th, and I will get back to you guys with dates.
Yep, that's fine. If you can get back to us with dates, and then we'll finalize a hard date, and we'll go from there to meet up in about 30 calendar days.
If I'm not mistaken, most of at least the EAC, I'm getting emails from Willie every fourth Monday of the month for the other meetings. I've got an EAC meeting tonight, so it may align nicely for the town as far as the tech and IT to try to shoot for the 24th, Monday evening. If it's available, Jeremy.
Yeah, I would feel confident with that as well, Secretary. I believe right now that there is only the EAC on that date. I don't have privileges to the Zoom dates, to see everybody's Zoom dates, but I want to say there is only one
Okay.
meeting for Mondays typically.
Okay, so we can definitely shoot tentative. Let's set tentative for May 24th, and then we'll get confirmation from Jeremy if it can work out. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so seeing nothing else, I guess we can go ahead and adjourn the meeting. It is now 6:16 p.m.
Wait.
What?
Motion to adjourn the meeting by chairperson. Is it seconded?
Okay, motion to adjourn the meeting at 6:16 p.m. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Jim Hamilton. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone, for attending. Appreciate it. We'll see each other hopefully on May 24th.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Good
Great
night.
job,
Aye.
guys. Great to see you all again and hear you, Karina.
Uno, dos, tres. 1, 2, 3. ¿Vas a coger esto? Hello, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Because the other day they were not working.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Brian.
This is Alex Ariano. Hello?
Hi, Alex. I got you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh my God.
Chairperson Wicks, it seems that you have quorum. Please proceed.
Good evening. This is Dottie Wicks of the Elderly Affairs Committee, the meeting of April 19th, 2021. The call to order.
April
Ryan?
26th. April 26th, is that correct? Not April 19th?
Yeah, April 26, right?
April 26th.
Thank you. Meeting called to order at 7:02. Roll call. Ryan Holland, present. Dottie Wicks. Present.
Present, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Lourdes. I do not see her yet. Alexandra. Alex Ariano.
Here.
Present. Stephanie Cruz.
Stephanie Cruz is
Diego.
here. She's here in town hall. Thank you, Ryan.
She's here.
Okay. Diego Cifuentes. Rosario.
Here, present.
Gabby. Saw her think, yes. Gabby, Pedro,
Here.
Omaida,
Here.
Zayamara, Zayamara, Maria,
Here. Mederos?
I'm sorry, who is that?
Maria Mederos?
Yes, thank you. Ida McCarthy,
Here.
David Garces, David,
He's
Michael
absent.
Salem,
He's absent.
Sarah Suarez,
Present. Here.
thank you. Nancy Rogers,
Nancy. Turn it on. The middle.
Here.
oh, was that Nancy?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to press this.
Dave Oliver, I see you, Dave. And William Sanchez, Town Liaison.
Please, Ryan, please allow the record to show Alexandra has logged in.
Alexandra,
I didn't hear my name.
thank you.
I didn't hear my name.
I apologize. I had called earlier. Okay.
Okay, we've only got a few missing. We'll have the adoption of the minutes. Has everybody read the minutes?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
And
This is Alex Area.
are there any additions, deletions, or corrections? Now you can admit, now we'll adopt the minutes. We should have had that last. Okay, public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Esperanza Reynolds, and I'm here for public comment.
Willie, how do you handle that? We've never had. Okay,
Hello, public comments. Can you repeat your name, please?
Esperanza Reynolds, and I'm here for public comment.
Hi, Miss Reynolds.
How are you?
Good, good. Thank God. You may go ahead. You may proceed, Miss Reynolds.
go ahead with the public comments. It's Dave.
Miss Reynolds, are you there?
I think they lost her.
Chairperson Wicks, apparently we lost the connection. Let's wait till she calls back. We'll allow her to, there she is. She's calling in now.
Excuse me, Chair. I don't have a second for the meeting, for the approval of the minutes. I have a motion to approve the minutes by Alex, but I do not have a second.
I second.
I can second, Sara Suarez.
Who's aye? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I got disconnected.
Go ahead with the public comments.
Okay, so first, I would like to thank you for all that this group does to the betterment of seniors. We know of your hard work thanks to the excellent communication style of William Sanchez, who does an outstanding job with announcements, then with recap to include photos. He is just like me. We also know the magnificent help that you have provided to seniors during the pandemic through the angel of Drake Ellen, Martha Gonzalez, who always tell us everything that you do to bring food to everyone today. But why am I here? On April 16, 2021, we celebrated former Town of Miami Lakes resident and former member of this committee, Jen Schneider's birthday at La Trattoria Pamper Chef. Jan now lives in Aventura, and we certainly miss her. For the most part, the friends that gather are all seniors now, including us. We're now 67 years old. Why did we choose to visit La Trattoria Pamper Chef? Because the owner is a personal friend, a person that we met during one of the many elderly affair luncheons, and we visit his restaurant to give back to those that are willing to do so much for the community. But I ask that you make a motion for consideration where you request from the council that any elderly Town of Miami Lakes resident over 70 years old that goes before the council, in particular, those with disabilities, wheelchairs, hearing and speech impediments, that they be afforded whatever time they require during public comments, not to exceed the number of minutes that the Elderly Affairs Committee agrees upon. This was the prayer that we invoked during the luncheon, and the reason why we did that is because there is a resident that was actually told to cut off in mid-sentence, and I don't think that that's, very nice. So the consequence of a constant stream of new entrants to all things being human without the necessary teachings that will prepare them for their own struggles. So we go out of our way to give so much to the new generations that we overprotect, making some members of the new generation incapable of understanding that all that is happening to us today as we age will be happening to them when they get old. So let's face it, now Americans have the intrusion and resulting disconnect brought upon by technology. So I hope you hear our prayer, and that is that the elderly be respected and given more time than what is allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I agree with what you're saying. I have seen the minutes the meetings where the seniors get up to speak and they're cut off at 3 minutes. And we're all getting older. And these older seniors that we have in our community are the ones that help us to get where we are now. And I think there should be something we can do about giving them a minute or two more, because I know sometimes I get up to speak and I may forget exactly, and it takes me a second to say, oh, this is what I meant. And I think that happens a lot with the seniors, especially since most of them have been housed to get in, they can't, homebound, they can't get out. And when you don't have somebody to talk to, it's harder to remember things. And we need to make them feel that they still can contribute to the community. That's just my opinion. Now,
thank you very much.
You're welcome, dear. Do we vote on that now, Willie, or would that come later?
Chairperson, you can bring that up to the committee for you to request that to council at the next meeting.
So I make sure everybody here agrees with it, and then I can ask to bring that up to the council.
And someone wants a motion that,
Okay.
and we can go ahead.
Approval?
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we ask the council to extend the minutes for the seniors when they get up there to speak for maybe 2 minutes more. I don't know if somebody else wants to throw a number out there, what they think, but I think 2 minutes that's 5 minutes.
Okay. Second, Pedro.
So,
Yeah.
Now, is any discussion on it?
No, it sounds good.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll get that on the agenda at the next council meeting.
Do I have who was the one that seconded, please?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Who's aye? I can't see all the.
Maria
any names.
Medero. Maria
Thank you.
Medero.
Thank you very much, Maria.
You're welcome.
Just a comments from the chair. We are now serving lunches to 154 seniors. It just went up this week. And there was something that happened this past week. I think it was this past week that I was put in the middle of, and I don't understand it. I had seniors calling me, and up to yesterday, seniors calling me that the bingo was starting at Mary Collins, and that they didn't have to wear a mask, but they had to show proof that they were had the shots. Now, I told them that the committee, as far as me, the chair of the committee, knew nothing about this. I don't know if anybody else heard this comment, but they seemed to be, it was on Facebook. So I think, in my opinion, if we're going to do, if something's going to open up that we're involved in, it should come to us to vote on or ask our opinion of. I didn't go in and see the comment myself, so I can't say where it came from or anything, but I think it's too early to open it up myself. I don't think we're in a point where we can open it up because, number one, if we open it up, we have it at Mary Collins, we got to open it up for everybody because we're using the community center. Number two, if they want you to separate the tables, how are you going to say, all right, we can only have 30? How are you going to say which 30 is going to go first, which 30 is going to go second? It would be tough. That's strictly my opinion. Any comments?
Chairperson,
I think your opinion is very good. I
Pardon?
would say that I'm 100% for that.
I just want to add that staff hasn't been given any direction to reopen for bingos. So as far as I've been told, the committee's right to continue doing the drive-throughs. You're serving about 154 now. That's a lot more you'll be serving if we opened up in a place. There's going to be limits to the amount of people could be inside a building. That has not changed.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rogers?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It seems like every time I volunteer, 2 weeks later, I hear that the amount of servings went up. At some point, I could be wrong, you might only have a certain amount of money dedicated to these lunches and what we're paying. And if the number keeps going up, eventually we're going to have a problem with not enough money in that portion of the budget. How are we going to work with that? And number two, at some point, how are we verifying residents and their addresses and proof and all that? Or are we just taking phone calls and names at Town Hall? How is that working? And how do we guard against having too many? What's our top limit? I guess that's the question.
Well, we've never had a limit in the past. From what they're doing, the seniors, if they're calling in, they got to call Town Hall. Betty and Sandra verify the address. Now, if they're giving us a false address, most of those are done by freebie. The ones that are calling in are by freebie. And so far, we haven't had a problem. As far as our budget, we've been fortunate enough, I think we've only had one event that was not sponsored. So far, all of our events have been sponsored, and Pedro has been working his little heart off with getting us sponsors. So I don't know that we can make a limit. That's something that I've never been told. I know when we first started this, we were dealing with 80, and now we're up to 154. So I don't know if we have to put a limit on it, or we just keep taking the reservations as they ask. You have any comment on that, Willie?
Chairperson, if they live in the town, we cannot, I wouldn't put a limit. As long as they live in town, like Ms. Rogers said, we continue growing, and then, I wouldn't like to turn anybody's back to,
I don't want to either.
I don't think that's the people that we are here in Miami Lakes. We got to help each other.
Yes, sure.
Ms. Rogers, as far as the budget, myself, Dottie, and another staff member, we keep monitoring it. We balance it out with the budget plus the sponsorship that's coming in. So in the event that we get close that we won't have funding, then we'll make that decision that we have to, only go once a month for. But right now, we can continue going twice a month.
I'm not advocating for having a limit. I just want to know, and tonight's the first night that I'm getting a chance to see what our budget is and how much money we've got left for that and whatever. And, and again, the number keeps going up, and I just don't, I want it to be an even balance. And
yes, ma'am.
it sounds like Dottie's got it under control, and we're not going to be overwhelmed. That's all.
Trying.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy. Pedro.
If I might say, Dorothy's doing a great job, because everybody that called me, they love the idea. They're very happy, even if they come in and pick up the food or if the free delivery. They all love it. It's really, really.
Well, thank you.
We're doing a big job, and especially Dorothy's doing it, something very nice.
We have great vendors that are really helping us out. I mean, every
Yes,
one
sure.
of them has been so good to us. I wish we could do something for them.
Yeah.
Okay, under old business, the Easter luncheon results, it was great. We all had a lot of fun. KW Keller Williams, their people delivered them to the homebound. We didn't have to do it by freebie. And they did each person their little Easter present. And they came away feeling so grateful and so happy. They just loved what they did. So that was a great success. And we just did Giordano's, which was a huge success. My next question is on number B, committee shirts. If you have not received the new committee shirts, Willie, I'm going to take it away from you and I'll handle it and give it to you if you don't mind.
We have to make sure we have enough on hand. So if you don't have a committee shirt, please send me an email, the size that you need, and we'll verify what's in stock. If we don't have it in stock, then we have to place order.
You want me to send it to you or to me?
Send it to me, please. Send the email to me.
And try to do it as soon as possible, because we got a little bit of money to use for that. Just send your email. Okay. Oh, under new business. I hope you all got a copy of the rules and regulations. And does anybody have, before we get it approved, I've got some comments, but I'd like to see if anybody under committee rules and regulations, I want to see if there's anybody that has any comments on any of them. I take that as a no. Well, I'm going to use mine. Under section 10, attendance, it's page 10. It says, in the event committee members fail to attend the three... What is that?
Somebody's phone might be too close to something else.
Oh, okay.
It's throwing an echo back.
Oh, okay, Alexander had to hang up? Okay. In the event a committee member fails to attend 3 regular scheduled meetings in 1 calendar year and participate in less than 50% of all budgeted and scheduled committee events, the committee member will be automatically be removed. Right now, to me, it's hard, because we used to have our meetings in the morning, and it was very easy for people to attend the meetings because you're starting your day off. At the end of the day, and you're working, something may come up and you may not be able to make the meeting. That I see as a problem now, maybe not in the future, and I don't know how we could hold off. The other thing is the 50% budgeted scheduled committee events. All of our events right now are in the morning from 11 to 11:30, and people that are working cannot get out to do that. One of my thinkings is, if they can't help out with what we're doing, could we use, if they got us a sponsor, or something that would not require them to be there, but if they got us a sponsor for an event or sponsored one themselves, that could count as part of their activity. What do you think, Willie?
Chairperson, I think what you're, whether it be a sponsor or another resource they can provide to the committee, is that what you're thinking?
Yes, and that would help them with the participating in the number of...
Yeah, the question is, how do we get everybody involved even if they can't be in person?
Right. Try to get them involved, but they can't be there in person. So if they can get a sponsor for us, that should count as being attendance for a meeting. I mean, for an event. What do you think? I'm just trying, because it's hard when you're working. I know how it was when I worked.
For me, it's hard at 7 o'clock to do this because I'm out and about driving, showing property. So for me, it is hard. Though I go to everything on Wednesday, some of these meetings are hard for me.
and that's what I'm hearing from a lot of the ones that have to work.
Yeah.
Because our events used to be, most of them were in the morning, but then we had the socials and we had the trips and the forums. We had all those events that they could fit into. Now, all we have is bingo, and bingo is early in the morning, 11 to 11:30, and it's hard for people that are working to attend this. So,
I think Ryan has his hand up. Ryan, you want to go ahead and speak?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. I just had a question as far as the interpretation of those guidelines as well. And William, maybe you could speak to it. The bingo, although we do it weekly or bi-weekly, is that considered one event, or is each individual traveling bingo considered an individual event?
They're considered individual events.
individual events, yes.
So even were these the same regulations that were in place prior to the pandemic?
They were the same.
So that being said, I would ask for some sort of clarification, because while I was able to make many socials, being that I myself worked 9 to 5, the frequency with which we do these events at 11 a.m., I was not able to make any of them.
Right.
And if we hold 20 or 30 events, at that point, it no longer matters if you're able to attend every Saturday, every evening, every holiday event. If you cannot attend, say, a good portion of the bingos at 11 o'clock, that regulation in and of itself would eliminate
half of the people.
Any people that work 9 to 5. I think that regulation needs to be addressed.
At least during
Just
the
because
pandemic.
I think it would be terrible to reduce the amount of bingos that we have. I don't think that would be fair simply to allow for some of the members. I think that regulation needs to be reviewed.
Thank you, Ryan. And Alexandra, I know you have your hand up. You want to go ahead and speak? Alexandra?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. I saw you had your hand up. You want to go ahead and
Hi,
speak?
everybody. Yes, I was trying to chime into Nancy's comment, but she clarified it after. That my biggest concern was, since the number of people have been increasing to these bingos, if they were definitely checking everybody's addresses. But you cleared that up after.
Thank you, Alexandra. I'm sorry we missed you.
It's okay.
I think that during the pandemic, until everything goes back to normal, you can't really hold the people to these meetings and to these things, because people, their schedule is different. You wouldn't have anybody on this committee then.
I would piggyback that on Rosario and say that even pre-pandemic, considering the amount of 11 o'clock
Nobody
events
can
that
do
we
this,
have,
right.
it needs that regulation in and of itself, the wording needs to be addressed to allow for, as an example, the bingo is an event that we run. We run it frequently and throughout the year, but it is an event. If it's considered one event and we make multiple socials where we're still involved in the committee, I don't want to reduce committee involvement at all. That's not my desire with this as well. So I think there just needs to be the ability to review that wording, maybe adjust it a little bit.
I think so.
So Chairperson, what I'm hearing is some flexibility for the events.
And the meetings.
It seems, yeah, it seems like the meetings, it's a different topic, but events, it seems like the committee wants some flexibility. So if you want to vote on that, and I'll take it back to.
Yeah, just during the pandemic, because after.
Well, Ryan has a good point. Even after, your events are in the mornings. It's difficult for the ones that work to come out in the mornings.
Well, in the past, we never had a problem with the morning meetings. Because the morning meetings, we used to have everybody.
We're talking about the events, right, Ryan? Is that correct?
I'm referencing the events, not the meetings. The meetings I don't have an issue with, but the events, how many bingos do we have annually, Chair?
The events is where the
before,
problem is.
before the pandemic.
Once a month.
Okay,
At
so
least
that makes
once a
it,
month.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
12 events.
Twice.
That means that you would need to attend a minimum of 6 events.
We're doing, we've been doing the lunches twice
I was
a
gonna say,
month.
I think it was more than once a month. So that's 24 events. We would need to do attend 12 events per that regulation. And even if we attended all socials and all other events, there was no way that I would be able to attend 12 events annually if 24 of them were held at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
Yeah, but that's now during the pandemic. Before, there was one a month.
And we had the lunch, and we always had enough people to serve and to clean up.
Right, he is right though. If we have enough people and let's pretend somebody does work, then that person shouldn't be held to be there.
There's a few of us that didn't work. So
Right.
can I say something? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead, Tamar.
In the specific case of Ryan, I think he's contributing a lot by being the secretary and taking the minutes and all that. So I think that should also be taken into consideration because,
Yes.
also working, for
Yeah, you can't be there every
the
day.
welfare of the family.
Yep.
I agree with you. I think if you are on the board, that should consider, because there's a lot of backroom work that you have to do that you all probably don't even know about. So as far as Ryan's concerned, I think he's fulfilling his
Obligation, yeah.
his committee, the responsibility to the committee. So.
Me too.
But with everybody else, there's a lot of people, and I understand. We're on our 36th lunch coming up. I think
It's been a
number.
lot.
I think
Yeah, 36, I believe.
it's our
Yeah.
36th lunch tomorrow, and it's always between 11 and 11:30. It's for a half an hour. We have some people that come and set up, and some people that set up, clear up. I know it's hard if you're working. Maybe that number should be reduced for now, but since we don't have all the other activities to participate in, I don't know if we can change this. Or does
I
it?
think they can put it on hold, the same as the meetings, until everything goes back to normal.
Yeah, but
The question is not, because the events is events, and they take place between 9 and 5 sometimes, so that cannot be changed. But Chair, what the committee's looking for, it seems to me that they want some flexibility with attendance regarding events.
right.
And
So-
meetings. And meetings.
The meetings we cannot change. That's committee rules. If you have 3 absents, after the third absent, you'll be off the committee. That's part of the
Then put-
committee rules.
Then put the meetings at 10 in the morning like before.
The,
8:30.
Rosario, the problem with the meetings now, since we have to group multiple meetings together, these are the slots that are available. So in the morning, it'd be difficult to group other people. So we have to find slots that we can put, like today, this is our second meeting of the day. We have one more after you tonight. So it needs to be grouped because there's a cost associated with these meetings now.
And you had morning meetings today?
No, we didn't have morning meetings. We started at 5:30 tonight
And why didn't you have a morning meeting?
because we won't have enough to group in the morning. Other committees can't meet in the morning, so we have to group at times that most everybody can meet. And these are the
Right,
times.
but ours met in the morning.
I understand that, but we cannot. We won't have a slot in the morning. The slots are the third and fourth weeks, and it starts
And
at
it is what it
5:30.
is. Okay.
Yeah. And we're sorry for the inconvenience, Rosario, but we're doing our best. We found times that, for the majority, has worked the best. And we understand people are working, so we try to pick times that were the best possible.
All right.
So we're just going to kind of, I think the meetings need to be fulfilled, but the budgeted scheduled committee events, we can be a little more patient with it or lax with it, but they should try to at least get us a sponsor or sponsor something themselves if they can, if they have their own business. Just something to show that they're doing something.
Dottie, I have a question.
Yes.
It's me, Stephanie. Oh, over here. Is there a way of setting like a minimum, maybe $100? Like, I think that would be a good idea. Like, if you can get a sponsor, or at minimum you can donate like $100 to the event or $75 to the event. That way, it's because, you know, that way it kind of sets a minimum to what a contribution would be if you can't be there. I would like that. I like more of like, okay, if I can't be there, then I can donate X amount of dollars. That way it could make sense and be helpful.
I think it's a good idea because we could use that money for our prizes. What do you think, Willie?
Chairperson, let me take this back to staff and see what their thoughts are. Yeah, I will also convey to them the flexibility with the attendance on the events, and we could take it from there. It'd be hard to price, you know, we don't want anybody to dig into their own pockets to sponsor events either. You know, I understand Stephanie's interested in doing so, but I will take it back to staff and see what's something feasible that we can do.
Too. Yeah, just see what they say. I mean, at least it's money that's helping us out with tickets.
$25, $30. It doesn't have to be some, I mean, you know,
At
just
least
something.
At least 100.
It could be 100. It could be.
You know, 'cause I think that's where we need to start. Because smaller money, I don't know how they would keep track of that. That would be very difficult.
There's accountability issues that I'll take these items back to the town and.
Excuse me,
and-
Willie.
Okay. And
Yes, ma'am.
I would appreciate it if you could just put it into a quick 1 or 2 sentence item and explain what it is you're going to take back to someone and offer or ask for. Because I'm
what he's going to do.
confused. No, I want him to,
Well, the question here is, the committee wants flexibility on attendance on the events, and that's what we'll take back. The ideas have been presented. You know, the chairperson suggested maybe getting sponsors for the event. Stephanie has suggested that she's willing to put some money in from her personal business or her personal account. So I'll take this back and discuss it with the town.
And
all right.
And this all is reflected from the resolution that Dottie and everybody got to take, you know, have a chance to review it.
All right, what I'm not getting here is that right now, the only thing that the Elderly Affairs Committee is doing is the lunches.
Correct.
We've got all sorts of people coming to volunteer. We're practically tripping over one another. And to get more sponsors, on occasion, we've had 2 sponsors. And again, we're tripping over one another because they want to have a conversation with the people in the car, and we're trying to get the cars going through. So to add more volunteers or more sponsors to physically be there, and then ask them to just put up some money but don't show up, it's just too convoluted for me to see it working.
What-
So, wait, because right now all we've got is the luncheons. It seems to be working, but I would say table this to when we start opening up to more events. And from what I understand, we're not quite doing that yet. So I think we got the cart before the horse.
Well, I think what it is the people that work have not been able to attend since last October. So our fiscal year ends in September. To have something done, like they haven't been able to do anything, this would help them. They're not going to be able to attend. They would donate, like say $100. That $100 we could be used for to buy the raffle tickets. So to me, that would help. That's helping them to participate, and it's helping us with the money for the prizes.
So basically what you're doing is trying to find out if it would be okay for
Right.
us to put that out there
Right,
and
right.
not have a conflict with the town or legalities or whatever.
Right.
Got it. I'm
Okay.
sorry it took
And,
me a
and
while.
the attendance,
Thank you.
the attendance that Dottie's, the chairperson, is referring to is the committee members.
The committee members, yeah.
It's not the sponsors.
Not the sponsor. Yeah. Okay, page 11. There's one thing that we haven't been, some of us have, when we're not here, you're supposed to notify Willie 72 hours before the meeting of the town committee meeting. You should be notifying Willie. It says here in writing, I think, it says here, it should be to the liaison and a copy in writing, and to the town secretary. Have you been getting any, Ryan?
No.
So I think we've been a little lax on that. We need to kind of, we're just charging them here, but you should know that, Willie, know if you're not going to be attending the meeting. Let me see here. There's another page here. Page 13 under officers and elections. There's just a part of here that, Willie, I really understand. We have a chairperson, a vice chairman person, and a secretary. But if I resign, they have to have an election with the next meeting. Why wouldn't the vice chair take over my position until the next meeting?
Yeah, if the chair resigns, elections must be held. That's correct.
But the vice chair just won't take over, because it says here you got to hold a meeting for my position. She can't.
At the next meeting,
Yeah.
an election we held. The vice chair could be nominated
She
to take
could be
over.
nominated to take
He
it
or
from
she.
him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very good. I didn't understand that one too well. All right. It was right, no, this was under the committee rules and regulations. Everybody got a copy of. It looked like this.
What the chairperson is referring to is the resolutions for the committee. The committee rules is a different document. This is a resolution that activated our committee here. It should be in your packet, Ms. Resolution. It's resolution. It's not committee.
I think that was my package. Okay, the next one would be use of committee shirts. I've been a little bit negligent in this one myself. We can only use the committee shirt at scheduled meetings or events. I know that I have worn it when I'm going over to help a senior, just to identify myself or something like that. But according to this, we're not allowed to do that. It has to be worn at approved town committee or town-sponsored event. Town council meeting or town committee meetings or town council meetings. I know that's the rule, but it seems like if we're going to be helping a senior, that gives them a confidence of who we are, especially if it's not one we met, if we're going out, to visit or something, that we have our shirt on. I don't know. I'm not asking to change it, but
If you're doing committee business,
if it's committee business.
yes. So events, meetings, if you're going to do a wellness visit to a senior, but not to be in public, a regular day, be in a restaurant.
No.
No, that's not what's intended for.
Willie, I'm the one who brought that up at the committee
Yes,
chair
ma'am.
meeting, and I know the purpose of that, if I may explain.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Here's how I feel. If we do a drive-through, and afterwards, maybe you have to run, you got a doctor's appointment, whatever, I have no problem with that, because you're not going to have time to run home and change. I had a problem with someone I saw who was wearing a committee shirt and doing work in Hialeah, and then coming back to Miami Lakes and taking part in something there with a committee shirt on, and the committee had no meeting that day. There was no reason for that person to be wearing a shirt. That's what I was concerned with.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
If you're going out and representing yourself as a committee member of the town of Miami Lakes, and you're in another city, or you're doing something else representing that committee at that particular place where you are, when there's been no meeting and no reason to be wearing a shirt, that's wrong. And that's what I explained it, and people don't understand, and now I'm coming out with it. I'm telling you, that's what I saw, and that's what I objected to, and I think it's not good for the town, because we don't know where that person's been and what they're doing and what they're claiming, and that's the only reason. So to go and do
No, I didn't know you had that.
a well check or whatever like that, my goodness, if you're doing that on behalf of elderly or whomever, I have no problem with that. And I'm explaining it now in front of God and everybody.
Well,
Nancy's referring to the chair meeting that was discussed, correct, Nancy?
I couldn't be at the chair meeting, but my vice president of the Public Safety Committee did bring it up.
well, and this is another question I'm thinking of while she's talking about that. If I'm going to visit somebody that I want to be a sponsor, would that be activity of my committee? Because I want them to know I'm on the committee and I'd like you to be sponsor. Is that proper? I would think it would be.
You're doing committee business. That's correct.
It's because you're doing committee business by getting the sponsor. Okay. Got that answered question.
Yeah, because you don't know what they were really doing when they went to Hialeah. It could have been getting business.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what she said.
I think we should have another style. I'm too sexy for that shirt.
I'm saying that that person that wore the shirt into Hialeah might have gone to get a sponsor. Right? Could have been.
Yeah, if you're going to get a sponsor and you got your shirt on,
So you don't know what they were doing. I mean,
I did know. I wouldn't have
Right.
brought it up if there was any question at all as to what was going on. I'm sorry for that. I know you're trying to be kind, but I'm being honest.
I'm trying to what? I'm sorry. No, I'm saying,
Be kind.
yeah, because I don't really, well, whatever.
I-
Yeah, I guess if they're going on their personal business, it's if tomorrow I wore that shirt to every house in Miami Lakes and give my realtor card wearing that shirt, it would be wrong.
right.
Right, but, I mean,
Okay, if there's no more questions on that, on the resolution, page number 17, on the first one, terms and compositions of the committee, I think the town has changed the policy on this, but it hasn't been changed in the resolution. I don't know if that was the one, I remember who were either reside or complete. Yeah, our members have to either reside or be employed in the town. That has changed. The town changed that definition, but the resolution hasn't been changed.
That's
So,
on section. You're in
Page 17, under terms and compositions of committees. The very first one.
Section 3.
I see it.
So that needs to be addressed. I had nothing to do, really, but to read these. Okay. Now, I guess we all should approve the committee rules and resolutions we've discussed.
These are recommendations, Chairperson, so with the approval from the committee, I'll forward them. Okay?
Somebody want to make a motion to have them approved?
Motion to have
I make a motion. I motion it too. Oh, you got home.
I second it.
Okay, very good, thank you. The next is our budget. I don't know if you all got a copy of the budget. Our budgeted for this year was $32,000. That's through September. And so far, we're down to 8,739.02. Going over our budget. We
Hello?
paid the freebie, the rock, we got rid of that, the meet and greet, 6,000. We got still $500 miscellaneous expense, and that would be for the shirts. All the rest of the money will be going from now until September would be going towards our meet and greet. Is that correct, Willie? Unless, if something changes.
Yes, ma'am. That's how the committee voted on the other funds were moved into meet and eat to continue the drive-throughs.
So what we're voting on is to keeping the budget the same for next year?
Well, the decision have to be made today. Chairperson, today's the open conversation. If the committee wants to add funding to a particular event, the goal is next year to return to normal, God willing. Next meeting, the May meeting, we need to have the final recommendations from the committee so they can be sent to finance for
Okay.
review. So you don't have to make a decision tonight.
Oh, okay.
Just look at all your events. The events may need additional funding, or you want to create a new event. Now's the time to do so.
You mean for like next year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So it'll be the budget year from October 1st,
From October through, okay.
September 2022. Now, boxing, as you know, we made an investment there last year before COVID. So we did buy equipment. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to launch the program. So that equipment's already been purchased and it's on hold in Shula's. So that's a program that we got close to launch it, and then, unfortunately, COVID hit and we couldn't proceed. So that's an event that's a program that we hope to be able to go online next year.
Oh, okay.
At one point.
I would like to, for one of our luncheons this year, make a big luncheon and do a first annual senior day. Now, would that be a separate category, or would that go under senior social, or just the regular the regular lunches?
And we're talking about normal times, right? That we'll have a group, or
Well, it would
that could be under senior socials, Chair.
Okay. Because I think we need to celebrate our seniors and let them know how much we appreciate them, staying in, getting their shots, doing everything we've asked them to do, and let them know that we appreciate what they're doing for the town to keep it safe and healthy. I don't know how anybody else feels about it. Ryan, is your hand up?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of things. First of all, yes, I wholeheartedly agree. I think it's something that we could actually look into. I know, and I don't know the process, but I know that the town has sponsored specific days officially within the town, and that might be something worth looking into. But additionally, as far as the budget meetings, or as far as the budget is concerned, I know in the first year that I was a member of this committee, we held a subcommittee in order to go into the budget specifically. I would suggest that based on the fact that we're hoping that things return back to normal next year, we don't know what the case is going to be. We have equipment that's already been purchased but not currently being used, that it may be a better use of time to set aside, to have us potentially a subcommittee talk specifically about the budget, to bring it then to the next meeting for our town liaison to bring in before the council.
What do you think, Willie?
Ryan, I think that's a great idea to have a brainstorming session. Chair, I can see what dates are available before your next meeting, and we can set up a subcommittee meeting if you like.
Okay.
And who will be interested in being part of the subcommittee?
All right, that sounds good.
And I picked Ryan to be the chair of the subcommittee.
I think you just volunteered,
Uh-oh.
Ryan.
Sorry, Ryan.
That's we call that getting voluntold.
I'll be there to support you.
All right.
Okay, our next is,
Chair, if you want to
Can I
motion
be
that.
heard? This is Dave Oliver.
pardon?
Can you hear me? This
Go
is
ahead, Dave.
We hear you, Dave.
Before we go on, just a point of clarification. Let's please do not refer to this as a first annual because there is no such thing. Something is not an annual until you hold it the second year.
All right, the first one. All right, thank you for correction. I'll make sure it's the first annual, first senior
Every
party.
once in a while, the newspaper man comes out in me.
Oh, okay.
Chair, if you want, we need to motion a subcommittee meeting, and also who would like to be part of the subcommittee meeting
Okay.
for the budget review.
Okay, I make a motion for the subcommittee meeting and,
Second,
And who would like to be part of the subcommittee?
I'll be a part of it. Ryan's going to be a part of it. If it-
I'll be a part of it.
I'd like to be a part of it.
Depending upon the date, of course.
Hi, this is Michael, and I'd like to be part.
And Michael said he'd be a part of it. So how many people do you need a part of it? I mean,
So let's make a motion, vote on it, and then I'll take care of the date. See what day is available
Okay.
prior to your next meeting.
well, it could change when he gives us the date, though. I mean, if you, Nancy suggested we do a roll call on who wants to be a part of the subcommittee.
So yeah, but vote first to have the subcommittee meeting, and then ask who's going to be part of it. And
motion
I'll-
to approve the committee meeting.
Okay.
The subcommittee.
So we have a motion. We need a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Thank you. The next thing on my budget is, on my meeting and rules, is senior security alerts. Recently, I have heard of 2 seniors that have been caught up in scams. And it's a new one. It's a phone call. It's Publishers Clearinghouse. One of them got caught with a lot of money, and the other one is minimal. And I was wondering if there's some way that we could have an alert out there, maybe work with the Laker. When we hear of these scams, if they would publicize it in the newspaper, do not do this, alert, something to that favor. Because when you're home and when the seniors are home, they have nobody talking to them, they get a phone call, somebody's offering them something big, oh my goodness, this is going to be great. And then they get caught up in something and have lost a lot of their money. And it's happened, and I know just recently 2 of them, and it's the same thing. They're being called with Publishers Clearinghouse. But it's, and it's not, and it's sad, because Publishers Clearinghouse is, and one of the ladies has got the phone numbers that called her. So I thought if we could gather some of this information and find a way to get it out to the seniors, that might help them. It would just caution them.
We have Ryan. Ryan, your hand's up. You may speak, sir.
Ryan?
Yes, Dottie, as if you remember, actually, just after I joined the committee, I actually held a seminar. At the time, I was employed by Edward Jones. They provided great material regarding this. I think there's an opportunity to get that information out. I don't have access to the same information that I did at the time, but I can certainly reach out to some other people that are still potentially employed by Edward Jones just to see if they have the material. We could look at other resources. But this is, unfortunately, the Publishers Clearinghouse is not new. The IRS calling you, telling you that you're under investigation, or the FBI is investigating you, or that your Social Security, I've gotten one myself saying that my Social Security number was being reviewed and I needed to punch it into the phone in order to be connected with a representative to review my IRS account. So these are things that are all popular scams. There's phones, there's email addresses, there's all kinds of things that are out there. And I'm very interested in being a part of bringing that awareness out.
That would be great. Could we work on it? I can get with you and we'll see what we can do with it and getting it out to the seniors is going to be the most important thing.
Ryan, I can get in touch with David Snelling with the Miami Laker and let him know what we're planning to do once we.
Well, he may have some.
That's what I'm saying. Once we decide how you want to run it and whatever, I'm more than happy
Sure.
to help you there.
That's good.
Alexandra, do you want to speak? I see your hand up.
Who has her hand up?
I don't think she's put the hand down yet from
Okay.
the earlier thing, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, Willie, do you have any more information on the health fair?
Health fair. We're trying to look for a date in September. Chairperson Wicks, once we have a date identified, we'll start the logistical work
Okay.
and inviting all the sponsors and all the vendors. And the plan still is to have a drive-through and we'll have different points throughout the parking lot that they can stop and get information and move forward, go to the next stop. And so it'll be an interactive drive-through.
Are they thinking about doing this at Mary Collins?
We haven't decided a location yet.
Roberto Alonso would be better.
Yeah, we need more space.
A big
We need
lot more space, yeah.
We need to find a big parking lot to make
Okay.
sure the flow continues through,
Yeah,
and
just
allows
to
and
drive
allows time for the person in the car to speak to the health vendors on site.
Okay, I just seen Michael Salem here. He wanted to give us a report on the mental health committee, and if Michael's still there and you want to give it to us, please.
Yes, Daddy, thank you so much. Daddy, my apologies that I joined a little bit late, but I just want to quickly recap for the committee that what are the things that we are doing with the mental health task force. As you know, the task force was the brainchild of Councilman and Vice Mayor Luis Collazo. The recommendation that task force has to provide has to do with the bottom line is how to enhance the quality of life for individuals who may be suffering with mental health issues. We have Rosa Barroso leading the chair, the committee, the task force, and my job as a new secretary is to ensure that how put those recommendations in place. We've been able to thus far design not only a flyer, but also a website for those who might be accessing. The prototype has been provided to the town. The town web designer may be working on that pretty soon. So there'll be something there. But the good thing about the website is, just so everybody know, it is a representative of recommendation from the task force, but also it has a component there which is only going to be addressing the senior population need as it pertains to mental health. And again, this is also part of the reason why, because I represent the mental health committee, the senior elderly affairs committee. So the component of elderly affairs committee is going to be reflected in the mental health task force, which has to do with what we feel are the priorities. As far as the recommendations are concerned, they are still sketchy right now. As soon as I put together, with the help of two other individuals, I'll be putting forward a draft copy to everybody to look at, but the final recommendation is what the committee is going to submit to the council, and that's where council is going to put the stamp to it. But, we wanted to make sure that every committee that has a part in that task force is adequately represented. Any question in regards to what I talked? All right, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Under announcements, we're planning on having a Cinco de Mayo lunch on the May 5th. I'm working with Pedro on a restaurant this week, probably tomorrow. And we're thinking, what's the name of it? Chipotle. We're looking at Chipotle for a luncheon. And we will have a sponsor for that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that one is sponsored already. That's correct.
So we'll see how that turns out. We're going to have fun. I had a lot of decorations that were donated to me, beads and things like that. So it's going to be a fun day. And I think Chipotle's would be great because we could do it on the side where they could just drive in one way and go out the other way. And it'll be a fun day for the seniors.
At what time is that?
That'd be the same time, 11 to 11:30. Like it'll be like a regular luncheon, but instead of having it on the 12th, we'll have it on the 5th. So that, because the 5th is a Wednesday, so it'll work out perfectly.
Yes, to reflect the date. Correct.
Is there any other questions or anything else that I forgot, left off? Somebody want to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Second, Alex. No.
Somebody, first and seconded?
Alex, I believe second the motion.
Okay.
Yes, I.
Thank you and good night, everyone, and thank you for attending the meeting.
Good night.
Thank you, Donnie.
Good night, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Be safe.
Thank you.
I think it doesn't recognize my face.
Charlie, this is Willie. Please hold on tight. Our next meeting starts at 8:30, Charlie. And thank you for joining us tonight. Can you hear me, Charlie?
I'm sorry, no. What time is it?
Charlie, could you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Hi, Mike. You're about to connect? Good, we need you. Okay, great. Okay, bye. Felicia is going to be connecting now.
Oh, great, great. Well, we can start the meeting. I have 8:29, so we got 1 minute. See if anybody else is connecting.
Who else? You see anybody else? William?
No, I don't.
Charles. I had Charles on the list.
And Sky Gods, I think is Bunny, right?
Can we ask? Okay. There's someone that is, you can't see the actual person, and it's listed under Sky Gods 37. Is that you, Bonnie? We can't hear you, and we can't see you.
You mean Bonnie?
Bonnie.
Okay.
Patchen.
Yeah,
There we
Bonnie
go.
Patchen.
Let's see. Now, can you hear us, Bonnie? Yeah, she unmuted it. But-
I can't hear you.
Hello? Hello? Can you give us your name, Sky Gods 37, please?
Is that someone for public comments?
I don't know. Maybe it's a public
I
comment.
see something that says FS.
That's Felicia. There she
Oh,
is.
okay. Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. I think we have 7 now, correct?
Well, I still don't know who Sky Gods is.
Okay, well, what we'll do is call the roll, and we can't transact any business other than hear reports. So it's now 8:30. My name is Neil Robinson from the Town of Miami Lakes Cultural Affairs Committee. Today is Monday, April 26, 2021. The time is 8:30, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Okay. Neil?
Present.
Suzanne?
Present.
Carla?
Present.
Charles?
Present.
Felicia? Felicia? Okay, she's there. And then who did just come on? Denise. Denise?
Denise.
And Elsa, present. And is it Bonnie Patchen? I don't know. I don't know who that is. I'm not going to put her in then. I put Charles.
No, she needs to answer.
4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7, Neil.
All right. Thank you so very much, Madam Secretary. We have a quorum, and I'd like at this point to recognize that we have the pleasure of having Vice Mayor Palazzo on the phone on the meeting tonight. Welcome, Vice Mayor. We're so pleased that your schedule allowed you to join us this evening. Is there anything any comments you'd like to make?
Not really, Neil. Just joining the meeting as a spectator, but I did speak with Willie earlier today. We are going to make sure that we're securing that sponsor for the upcoming fishing tournament, and I don't foresee any issues in getting the same sponsorship that we got last year. So I'll work with Willie to make sure that we secure that. And if we don't have him as a sponsor, I can definitely get another bait store. But I'm almost certain that he'll commit again to sponsoring this year.
Great. We want to convey our deepest appreciation for you each year getting the sponsorship for the Father's Day fishing tournament. And the gentleman does such a great job with the baits and all of that. And so it was great last year, and we're looking forward to it this year. At this time, I'd like to call the, excuse me?
Esther came on. Neil, Esther Colon.
Esther, let the
She's
record show
signing.
that Esther Cologne is on. And so we have 8 people on now. At this moment, we'd like to follow the agenda. We have public comments. This evening, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Charlie Rodriguez, who would like to make a presentation to the CAC members. Mr. Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And for the past 35 years, I've been a resident of Miami-Dade County, plus over in Broward County. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. A former Leo down in Hialeah. And for the past, after retiring 12 years, I've been doing concerts, 80s and 90s themed shows. From 15,000 folks attending to a few thousand folks attending. I've done shows in just about every municipality in Dade and Broward County. However, I haven't done a show in Miami Lakes. And most of my folks that attend my shows, a lot of them grew up in the Miami Lakes, Hialeah area. And it's comprised of artists that are very popular during the 80s and 90s in Miami-Dade. And the attendance of all these shows, it's like a big gathering of folks from high school. And now they're 40, 50, 60, 65 years old. And we get together and have these great parties, listen to great music, diverse backgrounds, and it gives everyone an opportunity to get together and see each other that they haven't seen in a while. I actually have a show coming up in 4 weeks in Miramar. That show is looking to sell out again. And you're all invited to attend. It's freestyle and disco music from that era. And if the town would entertain the thought, I can bring this type of music to your city. I have a database of followers. I do not utilize radio and TV. I utilize my database to fill up these arenas and parks over the 30 years. And I'd like to share it with your community. A lot of folks that live in your town, they're pretty well familiar with the events that I've done. So any questions that you'd like to ask me, feel free. My website is miamidiscofever.com. You can visit and see some of the shows I've done and some of the shows I'm planning on doing in the near future.
All right, any comments?
So basically,
Mr. Rodriguez? Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rodriguez, Charlie, right?
Yes.
So basically what you're saying is that you put like a disco show, we would have to have a stage for you?
Yes, a stage, depending if it's at night, lighting and sound.
Okay.
Now, I do shows where I bring everything in, sound, stage, lighting, the vendors. I can do everything, or I can do limited depending on logistics and planning, what the town already has in order to save money. So depending on what you have or on what you need, we can fill in the void to make it a successful event.
And what would be the average cost of something like this?
I've done shows, little nightclub shows. You have to take care of the artist fee. Advertising, that's my job. That's what I do. I also have my own internet radio station, Miami One Radio. So between that and my emails and social media, that's how I fill up these venues. It all depends on what you're looking for. It can be as little as 15,000 up to 50,000, 60,000 on artist fees. It all depends on the client's budget, on what you would like to see. You can have a few hundred people, or you can have a few thousand people. So I can work with whatever meets your needs. I'd filled up the Hard Rock and Seminole, or a little nightclub over here in Pembroke Pines. So it all depends on the client's needs.
All right. Any other questions? Denise?
Yes, thank you. I wasn't sure if I was muted or not. Mr. Rodriguez, how much time do you need in advance? Do you need a couple of weeks? Do you need a month to really pull it all together?
That's a great question. As a promoter, when you're doing an event, time is everything. It's like a political campaign. And the further out you go, the bigger attendance you're going to have. So it all depends on your lead time. If you're doing a little nightclub show with a built-in audience, it's easier. I do shows where I do 3 to 4 months lead time to assure me 5,000 people in attendance. And these are paid shows where people are paying from $300 to $50. A show that's free to the residents, well, it won't take much effort to fill up your venue.
Right, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Thank you, Denise. Any other questions?
So the idea is to charge the people to attend this event?
It's your event. I'm just producing it.
Okay.
All my events, yes, I do charge at all my events. But this is an event that we would be doing for your community.
Okay.
Hello, this is Suzanne Chupani. Mr. Rodriguez, I was just wondering, so you do both outdoor as well as indoor venues?
Right, and right now, because of COVID, all the events are being held outdoors. I have one in 4 weeks at the Miramar Amphitheater at 50% capacity. That'll be a sold-out show at 2,500 people in attendance. So during these times, it would definitely have to be outdoors.
And the Miramar that is coming up, how much are the tickets for that event?
On Ticketmaster right now, they're $50, $66, and $76, and the VIPs from $300 to $150, and they've been sold out for months.
Is that being held at the Miramar Cultural Center?
No, at the amphitheater at Miramar Regional Park.
Oh, at the amphitheater, okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
What day is that event, Mr.?
It's May 22nd.
And the tickets can be purchased on Ticketmaster, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, is there any other questions or comments? If not, Mr. Rodriguez, thank you so very much for making a presentation to you. And we will be discussing that, your request tonight, and we will deliberate and get back to you on the decision that's rendered by the committee. Again, thank you so very much for your time, and we look forward to getting back to you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
All right, thank you.
You're
Shall we
welcome.
move on? Somebody want a statement? No, okay. Let us review the minutes. Have we had a chance to review the minutes from our last meeting? Thank you again, Madam Secretary, for being so efficient in getting these minutes out. This is the meeting from March 22nd, 2021. Has everybody had a chance to review the minutes? If so, I will entertain a motion.
I did have a chance to, again, this is Suzanne Chupani, and I did want to ask a question regarding the Mother's Day event. I was under the impression that we were still going to have an opportunity to discuss the addition that was requested by a public speaker at the time, that we include with our Mother's Day activity a sanctity of life or a human life factor.
We're going to discuss that tonight on the agenda.
Oh, we're going to continue the discussion. Okay, thank you.
Yep, we're going to decide what we want to do. And I got just today, a email from Mr. Cruz regarding what he's proposing to do. And so I will read that to you when we get to it on the agenda. Is that okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments regarding the minutes? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Is there such a motion?
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
The motion is made by Denise. Is there a second, please?
I second it,
Second.
Carla.
Okay, it's second by Carla. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Or waving your hand.
Aye.
Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Let the record show that the minutes stand approved for March 22nd. First on the old business, I'd like to report to you that the chair of the Cultural Affairs Committee made a report to the council at their last meeting in April, first meeting in April. I think it was April 13th, I believe it was. And there were three things that we were going to the council for approval. The first one was for the Earth Day celebration. And then the second was for Pride Month. And the third was for Mothers and Sanctity of Life event. I'm pleased to report that the council gave us approval for us to host those three events, since they were not a part of our original budget. So we can move forward and as such, we have already done something for Earth Day. Willie, would you share with us what transpired? Oh, hold on a minute. I see Vice Chair Salazar, you're on mute. So would you unmute yourself? So you keep waving. Can you unmute yourself? Help desk, can you unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Now thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to say that our Earth Day event was very small. Basically, it was like a little video, but at least we did something. So we look forward to do something better next year.
Thank you. Did everyone see that? It was on the website. I think it was on the Facebook and LinkedIn, I believe it was. I did see it. It was very short, but at least we did something. So next year we're going to be planning something more extensive. And so again, I thank the staff for even getting that done, because it was important for us to do something. The next item on the agenda is the Hialeah Women's Club. Is Marilise on?
No, she's not here.
Okay, Willie, have you had a chance to speak with the lady from Hialeah? And I spoke to you regarding the fact that in order for us to erect a historical plaque or monument, we have to make a request to the state. And I believe it's the Secretary of the State that we have to have a written request from the town of Miami Lakes requesting to designate a site, which we already agreed it would be Madison Hammock. And then we have to provide documentation as why it should become a historical site. And then they review it. And then usually within, well, because of the coronavirus, usually within 30 days, you'll get some kind of response from them. And so we have talked to Vice Mayor Collazo about establishing a date in which we could erect that historical marker. And that at the same time, we want to do a ceremony for the cabinet, the artifact cabinet that we have in the town that was paid by, I can't remember the name of the firm, but thanks to Vice Mayor Collazo, we were able to get them, get a sponsor for that cabinet. So we really need to move forward on making the request to, again, Secretary of State's office, I believe it is, requesting to designate the Madison Hammock as a historical site, thereby triggering them to create that marker, and then they bring it down, send it down, and then we erect it. Because it's something that will be there for perpetuity. So there is a process that we need to go through. Willie, are you aware of that?
Yes, sir, and thank you, Chairman. We did get, Priscilla came out last week to inventory the artifacts for the cabinet. And I want to address that cabinet first. So she's working on documenting all the artifacts so we can put them in the cabinet. So that was done last week, Chairperson Neal. Now,
Great.
I will follow up with Morelis to see where we are with the Women's Club and also start working on the request to the state as we get closer to selecting a date with the Vice Mayor.
Well, no, before you do that, Willie, I would strongly suggest that the staff check with the Secretary of State's office and learn what the process is. What is it that they require for an area to be designated as a historical site? And then once they approve that, then they will tell you when they will be able to have a marker available. But the state has to prove that, yes, it's a historical site. So the sooner we can get on that to make the request, and again, there's some documentation that's got to be sent in that says that explains in graphic detail why this area is being requested to be a historical site. And I believe that the county already has some documents that said it is a historical site. Because if you remember, they were talking about the way we learned it was a historical site in the Indian burial ground. It was because they were, I think Lowell Dunn was going to build some houses up there. And then they found the artifacts and they learned that it was a resting place for Native Americans. And so that stopped everything. But I'm sure that if we check with either the Department of Community Affairs or Cultural Affairs for Miami-Dade County, they can provide those documents that stopped them from being able to develop housing on that property. Vice Mayor, are you aware of this? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm here. I was just taking my phone off mute. Yes. I was not aware of the process to designate the site through the state, but if you need any outreach to our representative, Tom Fabricio, who is in that area, and if there's any request that needs to be done in the state, I can reach out to him tomorrow for him to for his office to do some research, and then I can circle back with Willie if there's anything that we need to do with Tallahassee. So I can definitely help you guys out with that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go right ahead, sir.
No. And with regards to Priscilla, I know that she has been working on the cabin. I was looped in on an email, as Willie said, that she was inventorying the items. And I know that she's going to be planning a trip out to the site in May. And maybe it may be good for if on that trip when she goes out in May, if any of the members of the committee, again, it has to be a small group, but if any of the members of the committee want to go out to the site physically, that might be a good opportunity for some of the committee members that maybe never been to the site or experienced the site to go out with Priscilla. And I think she's going to have Bob Carr there as well. And maybe you can learn a little bit about that, the history and the background. So I know that's coming up in late May.
Okay. Well, if you put my name down, I'd certainly like to go whenever they go out.
Yes, sir. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for your assistance on this request. I know it's been a long time in coming, but we've been working on it, and I appreciate the Vice Mayor and support on this. I believe Esther Colon has her hand up. Esther, you want to speak?
I want to participate in the process. Please do not leave me out.
Got it. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you.
So Neil and Esther would like to be able to visit the site.
Yes, that would be great. Whenever we can go out, whenever it's conducive for everybody to synchronize their calendars, so we could do that.
It's actually
look forward to it.
I've been on site. It's an amazing experience. I have lived here for 20 years. I didn't know that was there. So it was very, very moving. And I had the
Yeah.
opportunity to go with Robert Carr. So
Where's that site?
it's by Royal
It's
Oaks.
over here.
Oh.
Yeah, the Royal Oaks area, right on 87th Avenue and Miami Lakes Drive.
And Neil, we're trying to. There was a documentary produced or a video. I'm not gonna say a documentary, it wasn't finished, but we had some video footage that we're trying to retrieve. So we're working on that as well. We did do an interview with Robert Carr on site the day I went. So I'm working with another committee member to try to get that video to the town.
Great, great. Okay, well, let's move forward on. I would check with the county and Vice Mayor, you said you're gonna check with our state person contact about the process. I did this years ago for a development up in Orlando. And I know it was kind of a lengthy process that I had to send in documentation and a letter of support from the municipality saying that this area is a historical site. Then they did the research as well and found that it was a historical site. And then they ultimately sent back authorization that yes, we could designate that area as a historical site. And then they sent down this marker. And all the markers are about the same. They're tall. They're probably about 7 feet tall. And they are usually black, and it's black iron. And then it has on that marker the name of the historical site and some background information on the site and why it has been designated a historical site. And then they'll have the date that it was designated as a historical site. So those are the kind of steps that have to be done in order for you to have the site, in order for you to get a marker for it.
Neil,
So
Felicia,
please move-
Felicia
Yeah,
has
go right
her
ahead.
hand
Who's
up.
talking? Felicia?
Has her hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair. You're on mute again.
That site was made into an archaeological site. I know there's documentation about it, extensive documentation when that area was designated an archaeological site. So that could be a document that could be used. I saw it online. If I can find the link, I can send it to you. I don't know if the town has that document, but that would be useful to,
Great. Again, I know that it was designated an archaeological site and a historical site, but we just need to find a document that that validates what we're proposing to do and why. So thank you. Send it to Willie and the staff of the town so they can do it.
I'll try to find it again tomorrow. I looked for it a long time ago when we were doing that, when we did like a historic tour of Miami Lakes, and I was doing the PowerPoint presentation, and I used that document. So yeah, I can look it up again and see.
Great, thank you.
If I can find it.
Thank you so
Okay,
very much.
next.
Is there any other discussion regarding the item, please? Hearing none, we'd like to move on. Next item on the agenda was the Irish Scottish Heritage Month update. We weren't able to do anything for the month of March. And so we're going to have to table that and start planning for next year so that we'll have something. Is that right, Vice Chair?
Yeah, I try to get in touch with them, but there's no way. And it's late already.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is, we just took the item out of order, which is the Miami Lakes Madison Hammock Historical Mark. We just discussed that. We just discussed as part of that was the artifact cabinet. Any movement on the Miami Lakes Cows brochure update, anything, Felicia?
I haven't done anything with the brochure. I received the package from the town, extensive information. The only thing that is not in the package is the artist. So I would have to in order to prepare the database and do the brochure, we have to contact each, like the Grahams and the bank and all the people who have cows, and see if they have record of the artist. Everything is there except the artist's name and their contact number. So that is the only thing missing. But I'll get the information as soon as possible.
May I suggest to you that since the last cow that has been erected was at the Publix, we might want to check with them because they have
I need to talk
most
to the
current
manager,
information.
but I haven't had time to meet the person.
All right. Thank you. Any
But
other questions or comments?
Everything else is in the files except that.
Great, great. Any other questions or comments regarding that? Okay, so we're moving on. We've done Earth Day event, which was done. Now let's talk about the item that's mothers and the sanctity of life. Let me share with you. Any other comments regarding the item before I get to that? Okay. I received an email today from Mr. Humberto Cruz. He was the gentleman who made the presentation to us at our last meeting. First of all, sorry for the delay on this email. As per our telephone conversation on April the 14th, here are some ideas to entertain for the celebration on May in regards to Sanctity of Life Month. In our committee and core group are thinking on a Saturday night, a family movie at the park following all CDC protocol naturally. Also a celebration of motherhood since May is the month of Mother's Day. A Saturday morning midday event that can be called Mothers Around the World, OLL Church and schools have their festival that weekend, which is May the 15th. I am thinking on doing something there as well as Elsa and others. We have available with you guys May the 8th, May the 22nd, May the 29th for our event with the Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you in advance for your prompt attention to this matter, and I am always available to go over the logistics and planning with you guys as well. Elsa reached out to me to let me know about the committee decision, and Felicia is also willing to help. Thank you, regards, Humberto Cruz. My response to him was, I received a recommendation. We will present it tonight at the Cultural Affairs Committee and let you know what the outcome is. So these are the dates that they're looking at. Elsa, can you get this? May the 8th or the 22nd or May the 29th?
Well, the 29th is a weekend on Memorial Weekend. So
All right, so that's out.
Yeah, that I think would be out.
May I ask something for a moment?
Sure, go right ahead.
I understand our Paint a Picture for Mom event was going to be May 1st, and then it was changed to the 8th. I think that the drive-through with, I think that's early in the morning. We can do that other event later in the afternoon, or
Felicia,
I don't know.
Felicia, our event is this Saturday, May 1st. When was it changed?
I saw a flyer that said May 8th, so I'm confused.
I saw May 8th also.
Okay.
Yeah, it says May 8th, and the new flyer says May 8th. Yeah, I saw it in Instagram, and I saw it on Facebook, I think.
Yeah, the event's May 8th, Felicia. You're correct. Yes,
That's what
we spoke with her. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Paint a Picture for Mom, May 8th. Okay. But
Neil,
that's done in the morning though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Neil, before we go any further, I'd just like to make a comment about, you just shared with us some of the things that Mr. Cruz put in writing because that's what we asked for him to do. And now, like, maybe we could have a discussion about which of the ideas we actually want to include in our, I mean, traditionally we do paint a picture with mom, and now we've got some other additional activities, is what I'm understanding, that are being included in our Mother's Day celebration, along with a wonderful proclamation from the town that the entire month of May is going to be honoring mothers. Is that correct?
That's correct. So,
My
Willie,
biggest...
did you receive a copy of the email? He had your name on there as
Yes,
well
sir.
as mine.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at it now. I saw he had copied me on it.
Okay, I wish we had sent it to
So
all of the
which
members.
of these
It just
activity-
came in today, yesterday, whatever day it was.
So which of these activities are we going to actually include, and are we going to discuss them as a committee? Because we never
Yes, we have
discussed
to
as a
discuss.
committee.
We have to
so-
discuss it as a committee.
Okay.
And make a determination as to whether we want to go forward with any of them or all of them or some of the items. So let us discuss right now the Sanctity of Life Month. Our committee as the core group is thinking of his committee, which is some other group. What about, let's say, what about a Saturday night for a family movie? Is that something that we can do?
Well, before we go further, I would like to just say that I do not think that we should be using the word sanctity of life. The history of sanctity of life is that Ronald Reagan, back in 1984, made a presidential proclamation that sanctity of life is on January 22nd. And it is celebrated every January 22nd by all of those that support sanctity of life. And I just do not, I love the idea of including more activities for honoring our mothers around the world and right here in our committee, in our community. But I do not think that we should include the verbiage sanctity of life. It doesn't have anything to do with our Mother's Day celebration. It is a whole different agenda.
All right, well, I will entertain a motion to that effect, that we do not use the name Sanctity of Life since it has already been established as of established in the month, January 22nd of each year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you forward that information to us, please?
Pardon me?
Where did you find that information?
That information is on several websites. If you just put in Ronald Reagan and Sanctity of Life, it pops up under 5, 6, 7 different websites. There's a lot of information about Sanctity of Life and its agenda and what it means and the support it has around the nation. But it has nothing to do with Mother's Day.
Okay, but the thing,
Well,
the question.
mothers are very important in
If
the
I'm
whole year, so I don't know why we cannot celebrate it in May too.
It is,
make
it
that-
is
I
about the
make that
pro-life versus,
Oh, one at a time, please.
okay,
Now,
it is,
who's
I'm
making
just
the motion?
responding to Felicia. It's the
I'd like to
pro-life.
make the motion because the National Sanctity of Life Day was declared January 22nd by Ronald Reagan, and it is celebrated in the month of January.
All right, there's a motion.
I
that
second that
we go
motion.
for-
I
that
don't
we
want
do
to
not.
Wait,
Wait,
1 minute.
Hold on,
Wait,
please,
before-
Please listen, please.
Neil,
one at a
Neil,
time, please.
let me get this clear. When you asked the council to get this event approved, how did you word the approval of this event?
A Mother's Day celebration. I don't think I didn't use, I don't have the document in front of me. Willie, do you have that? I don't think I
Yes,
said
yes,
Sanctity
Chair.
of Life event.
Chair, it was presented as Sanctity of Life. So if the committee votes to change the name of the event, we will have to go back to council and receive approval from
Okay.
council.
Well, we discussed before you went to that meeting, Neil, that we were only going to be asking Mr. Cruz for something in writing, and so that we'd know specifically what he had in mind. I didn't realize that you'd have to ask, we already have approval to celebrate Mother's Day. We already have Mother's Day celebration as part of our Cultural Affairs Committee.
Yeah, but this
Yeah,
was a
but
completely different
This was a
event.
request. Let me say to you that the mayor and the council, some watch our meetings, and they said that they even had the votes, and it was in the minutes that it was approved by our committee to have the Mother's Day Sanctity of Life event. And it was a vote of 8-5, I believe. Elsa, if you look in your minutes, I don't have the minutes.
The
in
vote
front of
was
me.
5 in favor and 3 against.
All right, that's it. So it's already been approved. And so that's what I went to the council with, and they approved that. So we need to have a vote to plan something and do something regarding Mother's Day and the term sanctity of life. Now, that's what was agreed to, and that's what the council agreed to. So there is a motion on the floor from Esther. Hold on. Charles, I'll give you a chance to
Okay.
discuss it when we get to discussion. Esther, would you repeat your motion?
I support the comment made by Diana. I do not agree with the name Sanctuary of Life. It is an observance declared by several United States presidents who basically oppose abortion. I do not agree with the name. So I support her comment. And do not want to, I just don't like the name.
All right, there's a motion on the floor.
I second the motion.
That we do not use the term sanctity of life event. You are comfortable with us having any other event that celebrates mothers? Is that what part of your motion? As
Yes,
long as
sir.
it does not have
Yes,
it does
sir.
not have the term sanctity of life.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's a motion. It's been second. Now there's some discussion. All right, go ahead, Charles. You had raised your hand.
I just wanted to say, I would not like to see it interfere with our regular 8th of May celebration. If it's isolated at another time, then I would be all right with it, but I would not like to see it dubbed in with the paint a picture for Mom.
It won't be because they
It
gave
would
us
not
3
be.
days. Okay.
It would not be the
Any other-
separate
Okay,
event.
okay. Is there any other more discussion about this?
The other question is, why cultural affairs? Why our committee?
Because the gentleman came to us and made a presentation and asked us to he said we have available the 22nd in celebration of mothers around the world. This is his statement. In celebration of mothers around the world.
But
we have
anybody could do that. It doesn't have to be cultural affairs.
Well,
The
we
town
already
could do it.
But the committee
say
was
something,
tasked with it. Go right ahead.
Don't forget that the Cultural Affairs does cultural activities. We are the only ones that can do, I mean, I know a lot of other committees do activities similar to ours, but the mission of our committee is to create cultural activities for the benefits of the community. So this is an activity that, we did paint a picture for Mom was the one that we did many years ago because of budget restrictions. So let's do something, to do this. If we can expand and celebrate mothers and birth and life, whatever we want to call it, is we have to, evolve. We need to create new events. We're doing more events every year. So I don't think we should, neglect doing something that is, who doesn't want to celebrate mothers and life? Come on.
That's the issue. The motion is that we omit the name sanctity of life, but still have some celebration of mothers. And that's what the motion is, if I understood correctly from Esther.
Chair, if I may, Chair, to remind the committee, the council voted on this event to be named as is. If it needs to be changed, if the committee changes the name tonight, we will have to go back to council, and there will not be enough time to have the event. So in a sense, we'll be going against council direction.
All right.
Willie, in that case, we could still have our traditional celebration, though, of paint a picture with mom. That
doesn't have anything to do with this event.
Yeah, this is an additional event.
Okay,
Yes.
so
In
then,
addition to that.
then I would say that I agree with Esther, and then we should hold this aside until a time when we all feel comfortable with labeling something that's such high voltage and carries so much political and divide. Because we're celebrating mothers. We're celebrating mothers.
We're celebrating mothers.
It's not political. Come on. Celebrating mothers and life is not political.
There are no
So they
mothers.
call it Mother's Day
There are
celebration
no-
around the world.
There are no mothers without children, and there are no children without mothers. So what is the
We
reason
can celebrate
about
mothers
life?
around the world, and we don't have to use something that's so gaslighting. Some people are more, feel differently, obviously, than several people on this committee, but we need to respect
Exactly.
that as a cultural affairs committee.
Exactly. Well, we need to respect a lot of things, and we don't,
Well,
unfortunately, in this
Let
committee.
me say, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. I had omitted that item because it was not on the document that I had been given, which we had Earth Day and Pride Month. And then the mayor brought to my attention that it was in our minutes that it had been approved that we would have Mothers and the Sanctity of Life event, which he then said, why did you not add that item as part of the third item instead of just the two? And I said, well, I made a mistake because I omitted that because I was out of town and I had just gotten a document that said everything except Mothers and the Sanctity of Life event. And he said, well, you all voted for it. So how is it you all decided not to do it if we voted for it? So I said to him, okay, if we voted for it and it's in the minutes, then we've got to go forward with it. And that's just the way it is. So that's what the council approved. And it was very clear. So what we do have on the floor now is a motion to not use the term Sanctity of a Life event. Now we can either vote it up or vote it down. Is there any more discussion about the Sanctity of Life as part of the Mother's event?
I'd like
If I
to
don't
add
hear it-
to the motion- I'd like to add that to the motion that we call it Mother's Day celebrations around the world.
Okay. We just don't use the Sanctity of Life. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. Well, I think we've got to have two motions. One is that we do not use the term mother and the sanctity of life, which was approved by the council. And then we have to have another vote saying we want to have something that says Mother's celebration around the world. So I think that's the way we have to go. What do you say, Willie? And then I still have to go back to the council and say we're doing Mother's celebration around the world.
Yep. And again, we'll be going against council direction, Chairperson Robinson. So if we change the name, there's not enough time to go back and come back. So,
all right.
My
So
opinion
we have-
is that's what was approved by the council.
All right.
With the name
And that
that's
was in our
stated.
minutes. That was in our minutes from Elsa.
Yes,
That was in the minutes, and that's what was approved.
that was in the minutes.
I am
All
going to
right.
read your minutes, Neil. Neil to make recommendations to the town council at the April 13th meeting requesting approval of 3 new events by CAC: Earth Day, Pride Month, honoring mothers in May. That is what the last sentence prior to adjournment, look at the minutes, specifically say. I am reading from the minutes.
That's also what
May
I,
I say something? May I say
Yes, go
something?
ahead. Go Vice Chair.
In an effort not to omit this event, let's keep it as it is for this year. And if next year we want to change it, let's change it. But for now, let's keep it the way it is. Otherwise, we will not have this event.
well, I think we should hold a vote. And based on
Well,
Esther's
all right, call the
motion,
question.
because I agree, my understanding was that Neil Robinson was going to go to just add a celebration of mothers in May, not using that terminology. And also
Just
to
read
ask
the
for
minutes
the
of
writing.
the meeting of March 22nd. It's in writing, black and white. Read page 29 of the 30 of the document received by the town, page 30 of 42. Read it what it says. It says it right there. Those are the minutes written by Elsa, approved by this committee.
Well, those were the words that were articulated by the mayor based on what he was reading from our minutes. So whatever that is, that's what we'll have to go forward with. So the wording that was in the document does not have any, that's in the minutes, does not have anything to say about sanctity of life.
You're right.
Is that
Neil.
right, Elsa?
Correct.
Is that right,
Yes.
Elsa? Okay. Willie, that's what's in there. The mayor read it.
The
What was
bottom
in
of
our
page
minutes?
30.
However, when it was voted, the vote, it did work. The wording was that way. Town to celebrate
minutes-
mothers
the
and the
minutes weren't
sanctity of
written that way,
life.
Elsa.
When the motion was made, and there was a
All right,
vote of,
here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. All those who are uncomfortable with what the council approved, Mother's Sanctity of Life event. I'm calling the question on the motion. The motion is the removal of sanctity of life from the Mother's Celebration event. Are you ready to call? I'm calling the question. All those in favor, now listen carefully, of having in favor of the Mother's Sanctity of Life event, please call the roll, Elsa.
what was that
Those
again,
that
Neil?
answer.
I couldn't understand the motion that you just made. Can you repeat it, please?
All right, we're going to go with the motion that's on the floor now. Mother's Sanctity of Life event, which was voted upon by the council. And all those in favor of doing that, we're going to take a voice vote. So will you call the roll? Now, this was approved by the council.
Okay, so we're voting, the motion is for us to vote on what the council already approved?
Exactly.
But we already voted, Neil.
We didn't vote, the council.
No,
We
the
voted.
council voted
at
on,
the
but
other
you
meeting.
voting to overturn what the council recommendation was.
Right, yeah.
So that's what we have a vote on the floor to do that. And by overturning it, we are saying that you want to remove the word sanctity of life event.
Correct.
That's what the motion is on the floor is.
Yeah.
So I'm asking, we have a motion from Esther. It's been seconded by Suzanne. Now I'm calling the question. All those in favor calling the question. I need at least 2/3 vote. How many people are ready to call the question? That means stop any discussion and let's vote on doing the motion. So all those in favor of calling the question, which means stop discussion about it, and we will then come back and do the motion. All those in favor of closing discussion regarding Mother's Sanctity of Life event, please call the roll, Elsa, please.
I am so confused. Because now you're saying what we're voting on? That that
We're
what the
voting on
council
closing-
accepted
we're
is
voting
no
on
good?
Closing the discussion part of this. We're closing the discussion. I don't know if we have to
Closing the
vote for it,
discussion.
but we're closing the
You do.
discussion.
You have to vote. You have to, when someone calls the question, look up Robert's Rules of Order. You then have to vote on calling the question.
Okay.
Calling
Okay,
the
but you
question
know
means
what,
stop
Neil?
discussion on that.
You know what, Neil?
So-
Let's just take a minute here. Let's just take a minute because William asked me to hold on for 1 minute, okay?
All right. So,
While we're on hold, can somebody read the minutes that were presented to us? And you're gonna see exactly that it did not say that word in the recommendation, in the minutes. In the Town of Miami Lakes Culture Affairs Committee meeting of March 22nd, 2021 minutes. Prior to the adjournment, if you look at the last paragraph, you'll see what it says. This is written. This is public record.
Of course, Esther, and it's also public record that a motion was made by the CAC to help in organizing the event in the town to celebrate mothers and the sanctity of life in May.
I will make a
Motion
public
made
record
by
request for
Felicia,
the
Felicia,
I will
second
make
by
a-
Elsa,
I will make a-
approved
Hold on
by
one
5
second,
members,
Elsa.
and opposed by 3.
exactly. So, I still think that we need a motion to either accept or reject the term sanctity of life event, which I believe that the mayor and the council authorized us to have an event of such. And if we don't want to do it, then we need a vote to show that we decided not to do it. The real issue that I have now was closing the discussion on the item so that we could then come back and vote the motion up or down. So that's where we are.
Okay, I second the motion to close discussion. Let's go ahead.
All right, it's been moved, and is there a second?
Chair,
I called the question, so it's
Chair,
already done.
Chair, if I may, we're consulting legal right now. Please allow a few minutes for our town attorney to log in to give us direction. No motions till we get legal on the call.
Willie, you can consult legal, but the minutes say one thing, and if there's not a actual recording that we can listen to, you don't know what it was said, because according to the minutes, it's contradicting the statement. I'll take this time to make a public records request for the actual recording of the March 22nd recording. And I'm
Not
gonna
March,
follow up
April.
with an email to the town.
No, it's not March, Esther. It will be April the 13th. The town council meeting
I am
held
not
on
talking
April
about the
13th.
town council meeting, Neil. I am talking about the March 22nd meetings of the Culture Affairs, because you said the mayor read it from our minutes. That is not what it says on our minutes.
I think he listened to it.
Yeah, Esther, if I may, the meeting's online. Our meeting, the council meeting, you can see them on the town website.
It's okay. I'm still gonna do a public records request. I want that snippet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, again, that's what the motion was made by the mayor and the council. So, while we're
Chair-
waiting for the attorney to come on, let's move on to another item.
Yes,
So that
let's
we can
move to
get through
another
this.
item, please.
All right, so let's move now to the paint a picture for mom. Everything is set for May the 8th.
Yes,
Really?
Yirka said that she had ordered all the kits, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And
How many do we got this year?
200.
It's 100 and
200.
something?
200.
200. 200 kids. All right, so that's done. We need everybody there. What time on the 8th should we there? We're going to be at the same location like we were last year?
yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Same
Okay.
location on their site. maybe 30 minutes prior to start time so we could get organized.
9:30?
Yeah, 9:30 to be on site. We'll have the tables out there, and I think it went very well. I know Denise was part of the lineup last year, so it was a great event. So I think there's no
We need you
reason.
again, Denise. We need you again.
Denise, yeah, we need you, Denise.
I'm not working, I'll be
So who
there.
will be attending? Can we have an idea?
Tickets go for sale on Friday.
On
For
Friday?
yeah, to reserve your tickets for the public goes on sale on Friday. As far as the volunteers in the committee, like we've done in the past, I'll send the whole committee an email seeking who would like to volunteer, and then I'll have that list ready to share once I get confirmation.
Okay.
All right. Let's go back. While we're waiting for the legal counsel to come on, Pride Month. Denise, no, Esther. Esther, would you please take the lead on that and get with Leslie Lanebine, because she has some ideas of what we could do with that, with something in town hall. Would you
Neil,
please
I already contacted Leslie.
Okay.
She is gonna help me out. Right now, I've been trying to resolve a vacancy eviction on my property. So Leslie is gonna take the lead, and we'll report back to you, to you and the committee.
Great. And that will be in the month of June?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank
And
you
I
so
believe
much.
Andrea Graham is gonna also join us.
Who?
Terrific.
What was the other name, Esther? I didn't catch it.
The Graham family who flew the rainbow flag last year on Main Street.
The Graham family?
Graham Company, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm
All right,
sorry,
while we're waiting-
Esther, who is taking the lead on this? I missed the name.
Leslie.
Leslie, the lawyer, and
Leslie?
I am going to work with Leslie.
Leslie.
According to the minutes, it said Neil, Esther, and we're going to invite Leslie. She's an attorney in the town.
Thank you.
And Charles had asked to be part of that
Yes.
committee too.
And Charles is also on the list. I'm sorry, Charles, I saw your name, yes.
Okay.
And Esther, I'd be glad to help any way I can and be on the
Thank you,
committee.
Diana.
Suzanne.
Thank you, Diane. Diane.
Okay, thank you all so much for agreeing to serve. And we'll, probably in the next 30 days, we'll have some kind of conference call regarding it, or Zoom call. Right, Esther? That good?
Yes.
Okay, because we need to plan something by June.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, did you all receive in your packet or email, you should have, our budget? This is a time also, the year that we have to begin to plan our new budget fiscal year starting October 1, 2021 through September 30th, 2022. So there's some new items that we need to add this year. We want something for Earth Day. We want to budget that Earth Day celebration. We also want to put Pride Day, Pride Month, I believe it is. And then once we resolve what the term is going to be for Mother's Day celebration around the world, or whatever we want to call it, or whatever works out. So those are the three new items that we need to add to our budget. Now, do you all have your budgets in front of you? Hello?
No.
Did you get them?
Yes, but I don't have it in front of me.
No.
I thought I gotten something. Let me see.
I thought Willie, but did you
Can
all
I
look
recommend
at your-
something? Can I
Go right ahead.
recommend something? All these 3 new events that we're doing, whoever is in charge of the subcommittee should submit a budget for us to review to see if we can add it to the budget. Because we cannot just add numbers like that.
Are you talking to adding it in this year's budget? We have over $30,000 of unspent
No.
funds. We've had no committees, no events.
No, we're talking about October 1,
Next year's budget.
2021 to September 30th to 2022. This is the budget that we have got to begin to, this year our budget was $37,000. And so because there was interest and we got approval to have an Earth Day celebration, Earth Day event, Pride Month event, and then Mothers Around the World celebration. I want to add those, and then we need to go through the budget and see what we, how much it would be to add those 3 events. And any other event that we felt that we wanted to do, because last year we did not have in the budget Irish Scottish celebration. It was not in our budget this year.
Did you get a budget for that event this year?
Well, it would be the same as it was the previous year. I think it was
thank you.
$1,500. I think it was $1,500, I believe it was. So we need to plan on, doing these events, and we have dollars that we need to go ahead and plan. So, for instance, Pride Month, Esther, you and I and the committee need to come up with a budget so that we can spend those dollars. The council approved us spending those dollars for this fiscal year. So we need to figure out exactly what that's going to cost. And then Earth Day, Willie should tell us exactly how much was spent for, I think, 30-second video or something that was done recently. And then Mother's celebration event. And that does not talk about the paint a picture for mom. That's because that's already budgeted, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm sorry you all don't have your budgets in front of you. Can you, Elsa, you don't have the budget either?
I thought I had seen something, but I don't see it. I usually make a copy of what I get.
Listen, it was sent out on April the 23rd.
Right, but since it wasn't part of the agenda, I guess that's why it wasn't an agenda item. That's probably why we don't have it.
Yeah, I thought I had seen it.
It was emailed separately.
What were we talking about?
No, the budget. I thought I had seen an attachment for the budget.
Yeah, there was a separate email sent for the
Yeah, it was
budget.
separate.
Yeah.
Can you forward it again?
Yes,
We're gonna talk about it.
I'll resend it. Chairperson Robinson, I just got a call from the town attorney. The event was voted by the council and has to proceed the way it was voted.
All right. And
So
do you
there's no motion to change the name. The only decision we need to make tonight is to pick the date and the type of event.
All right.
We do a public request right now.
All right. Well, it's on the record. So, all right, let's look at a date. Mother's Day is next month, isn't it? May
9.
May 9th. May the 9th.
May the 9th.
One of the things that he proposes in this, let me get it, pull it back up.
Can we get a
Was-
copy of that email?
That's why I asked Willie, can you send them a copy of the email for that was sent to you and I?
We should, as committee members, we should be receiving this stuff.
I got it today at 2:52.
I'll send it. We received the email today, so I'll send it to the committee now, along with the budget again.
All right.
I have the budget, like it's a 1-page, right? I just found it
Yes.
in my email.
Yeah, I know I
Yes,
had, I know I have seen
it's
it.
blue
I
writing
saw
on it.
Yeah.
Right.
Blue background. That's it. That's it. All right. What about? Can we do, Willie? Can we plan something for mothers with a video? Not a video, but a movie in the park.
For May 22nd, what do you think?
Yeah.
May 22nd?
May 22nd, because they gave us the 28th, the 8th, the 22nd, and the 29th.
And the 29th. The only thing is the 29th.
Willie, is there anything we can? How long does it take to procure the services of the company that puts up the screen
and
the movie? We get a movie about something about mother.
And you have to comply with CDC.
Correct.
Right.
And
May I ask something? May I ask something?
Go
If
right
we do
ahead.
the movie, can we check the movie before we show it? Because this video that was put for Earth Day, we saw it, we didn't even know what was going to be about. So as a committee, we would like to see what's going to be presented before it's shown. I think it's only fair for us to know what's going on.
Yeah, in other words, to give
I agree.
options, right? The options of some of the movies to be shown?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, any ideas about a movie that represents motherhood and?
I do. I have an idea.
What do you-
I
what do you
remember.
have?
I remember I went to a drive-through to see the one of Lucille Ball, Yours, Mine, and Ours. I thought that movie was awesome, and it was
Well,
about.
that movie's kind of long, and I really didn't like it that much. So
You didn't like it?
I mean, it's
I thought it was.
it really doesn't. I mean, it talks about adopting all these kids,
Okay.
through marriage or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should show something more.
There's a Disney movie.
There's a Disney movie, Parent Trap, too. Family.
It should be something that is entertaining, and at the same time, it sends a message of the love of mothers to their children and the value of a mother in our lives.
Okay.
I think The Parent
Okay.
Trap, the Disney movie, shows great empathy for, and really what happens very often in our world today, where families are trying to reunite and the trials and tribulations of marriage. It kind of covers all the bases.
Yeah.
All right, how long do you think that movie is?
No, it's probably 2
Doesn't
hours.
need to be
right?
that long. It could
2
be like a
hours.
short video,
It's about 2
like
hours.
a 30-minute or an hour. Don't make it too long because people would just walk away.
Oh, but you have to have a regular movie.
We got to have a regular movie,
Yes.
Felicia, whether they walk away or not. I mean,
We also
need a
need to know
full-
how many people fit in the park for the movie. Willie, how many people can attend this movie
Oh,
with CDC?
with 6 feet
Now-
apart.
I need to speak to the park director. I believe what they've been using for the movies in the park, it's at Anna G. Mendes, so we will have to work that angle. I have to follow up with Danny Angel tomorrow and get the details from him. His department's
Will
been
they
working.
Are they having it inside
No, it's
Mendez or outside?
no, it's outside. You stay in your
Okay,
car.
in their
Yeah,
parking lot in the back.
yeah, in the parking lot. You cannot. Esther's correct. There's
Okay.
social distance regulations, CDC, that we cannot. We can't go over those.
Parent Trap. I think so.
So
I
d-
like that.
Do you have any idea how many people in the past, since the protocol has been in place, how many people can attend a showing of a movie like that?
Sir, I
I
will
know
have.
it's got to be at least six feet apart, but that doesn't tell me what the maximum number of people can come and see that, watch it.
I haven't been around for logistics for those events, but tomorrow morning I will follow up with the parks director and see how they're doing it. I know they had one recently. What we need tonight is direction. What movie? And then we'll work the logistics and get back to the committee.
Well, give us a few choices and we'll pick them.
Wow, let me tell you something, Neil and Willie. The email that Homero sent was right on target. He actually sent a Saturday movie midday event that can be called Mothers Around the World. Wow.
Midday.
I'm just
It's too
saying.
hot out for midday.
I can just watch a movie.
It's too hot. It's too
Around
hot
the
and
world.
too sunny to watch out at that time of day. Not midday.
has
Maybe
to be at night.
mid-afternoon, evening.
I'm not
gotta
saying
be-
that, but what I'm trying to say to you, Neil, that on the email he sent you in capital letters, the event can be called Mothers Around the World, exclamation point.
Well,
Wow.
that's fine. All we have to do is find a movie that's appropriate. That's all. And that is not going to cost us an arm and a leg to rent it.
I
So
think the
I've
way,
always heard-
no, I
Hold
think
on,
the way that, excuse me, Neil, I think the way the email meant is that 2 different events here. We have the movie is one event, and the Mothers Around the World is another event. So it's 2 separate things. It's not one thing. It's just
one.
ideas to do, maybe Mothers Around the World, like a video or something of mothers around the world, and the other is a movie, an actual movie night.
We were approved for one event. So we need to pick one of these events that he suggested.
Mothers
Because of
around
the
the world.
Let's
because of
pick the movie.
The time constraint that we are facing, I would suggest that we go with a movie in the park in the evening
Right.
on
Yes.
one of these days, the 22nd or something like that.
Or the
and-
29th.
and
The 22nd or the 29th?
We just said
We
the
have it all
29th is
month.
Memorial Weekend, Esther.
Memorial Weekend.
Elsa,
The what?
the 29th is
Memorial Weekend. But not everybody goes away.
Okay.
I would
Well,
suggest.
that may
I would
work-
suggest.
that may
I would
work
suggest the
because
22nd.
number
The
of people won't
22nd
be
is
able- we
better
won't have the
for
full
everybody, yeah.
complement. Go ahead, Willie.
Question.
Just a second. Willie's got a statement he wanted to make. Go ahead, Willie.
Felicia?
I would suggest, Chairperson Robinson, I would suggest the 22nd, because the 29th, it's a long weekend.
Exactly. So we're going with May 22nd. Now, it's just a matter of deciding what movie are we going to do. Are we going to do The Parent Trap? I don't know what that's about it. And the cost to do the movie.
The what?
Because you have to, Claricel before said you have to pay for the licensing to use the movie. So I don't know what that comes out
Yeah,
to.
we have to check the licensing cost. I was going to say, isn't the proclamation for the entire month of May to celebrate mothers?
Yes, Elsa.
Yeah, there is a proclamation.
So we can use it. We can do our penny picture from Mom on the 8th, and then do during the month of May. I think the 22nd is fair enough to do the movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, we just need to find an appropriate movie. As Willie said, we need to identify a movie tonight that they can move forward on so
Not
they can get
tonight.
the cost.
There's a long list of movies about mothers that, we only talked about 2, but there's a lot of beautiful movies about mothers struggling to,
Nothing depressing.
So-
could be a comedy, could be something of an adventure, it could be anything.
We heard 2 suggestions here from Elsa and from Susana. Let's write them down, and then Elsa, if you please send me the email tomorrow, and I'll work the logistics.
Okay. Does anybody have any other suggestion of the movie? I suggested Yours, Mine, and Ours from Lucille Ball.
There's The Parent
Suzanne
Trap from Disney.
suggested The Parent Trap, Disney movie, which I've seen, and it's very good too. And it's funny, entertaining, and a lot of people don't remember it, so I'm sure a new generation would like to see it.
All right.
Can I give you mine tomorrow? I can't think of anything else right now, but I know there's a lot of good movies out there.
We don't want a lot of them. We want a few so that we don't have to go through to try and what. We just want 3 or 4 movies that they can determine what the cost is going to be and how hard it is to get the license and all of that. So we just need good movies that that represent motherhood and Mother's Day, Mother's Month.
And Chairperson, I also need the budget. I know you spoke. The council approved a budget for you. They can. What's the budget to put the event on?
Well, we have to determine how much it's going to cost to rent the movie. That's going to be our budget.
Yeah.
The marketing, the movie rental, the rights to rent the movie, all that we have to put in the budget.
And the screen.
On the screen.
All right, Willie, you and I know that the maximum dollars that we can move from any account is $700 without council approval. So we've got to try to get $700 at a maximum without having to go back before the council. I'm sure that's not going to be enough. And I don't know, they did not approve a dollar amount for any of these 3 new added events. They did not approve a dollar amount.
You have to
But
use.
we know
You have to
that
use.
based on the. Go ahead.
I believe you have to use existing budget. So you have to work.
I
Yes, sir.
remember
remember
but I'm
that
saying-
from the meeting. I remember
but
that
the
from the
issue-
meeting that we had to allocate the money from our budget for these 3 new events.
Exactly.
And that's in the minutes,
But-
I remember.
That's true, ladies and gentlemen. But if the item exceeds $700, I have to go back to the council to get approval. I
Did they
can't
say
take,
that in their motion?
they just approved us having the events. They did not
Then?
specify anything about what the dollar amount for each event could come to. But based on the way it is set up for each committee, you cannot use over $700 unless you get prior approval from the council. So we have money that we did not have events, so we could move money easily over to that, but it can't exceed $700 without the council approval. I may be wrong, Willie, but since they just gave us approval to have these events, but usually that is the law. You have to ask for council approval if it exceeds $700 from any line item. Is that right, Willie?
Excuse me.
How much is the regular movie? The movie in the park?
I don't know.
Willie should have some idea about how much that is.
I do. I just Googled it, and it looks like just for the movie itself is about $600, and they say that fluctuates to have a Disney movie shown publicly. So now you add
I'd rather get a quote from a real, not from Google. I'd rather get a quote from a real movie.
Now you
Well,
add
excuse
the
me.
now you add
Excuse
the
me.
additional
Ladies and gentlemen,
costs. It's way over.
The staff has done this for the youth activity committee.
Task force, yeah.
The youth.
Right.
So
they
they
just
can
have to
find
look
it. Should know exactly what it costs to rent a movie and the entire setup, what that's going to cost.
Yes,
So
please.
Willie, can you all tell us that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll take the logistics end of it. Just give me
Great,
the recommendations, of the movies, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so I need a motion. The
And-
motion is from someone that we will have a movie, a celebration of mothers around the world with a showing of a movie. that
I make
features
a motion
a mother.
that we show a movie on May 22nd to the town of Miami Lakes in celebration of mothers around the world, and the 2 titles are Disney's Parent Trap and the Yours, Mine, and Ours, a Lucille Ball movie.
I second. I second that motion.
All right, it has been properly moved and second.
Discussion.
If there any discussion, please.
Discussion. If we're gonna mention mothers from around the world, and the 2 movies that we're showing in America, and that's not from around the world, so we have to say celebration of motherhood, period.
Or celebration of mothers.
Okay, Felicia.
Okay, corrected in celebration of, we have this.
Motherhood.
And
Now, you can be a mother without the hood, can't you? I mean, the hood means that you have children, right? But mother just means that you can be a mother and you don't have to have children. Is that right? I don't know. I'm trying to make
You
sure
are
that we're saying
absolutely
it
right,
correctly.
Neil. A lot of women who are domestic violence women and women who have been human trafficking are mothers.
Hey, right, mothers. So, is that your motion? Who's making the motion, please?
Okay, we're going to move this motion fast. Suzanne made a motion to show a movie on May 22nd in celebration of mothers, right? Felicia seconded. The movies we're looking at is Disney's Parent Trap and Yours, Mine, and Ours, Lucille Ball. Does anybody have any other suggestion of any other movie, a third one?
I can have one for tomorrow, not tonight. My mind is blank right now.
Okay, so Felicia will email William.
Yes.
One
I'll do
more
my research
suggestion.
after the meeting is over. I'll do my quick research and email it to you guys.
Okay.
Are we gonna vote for the movie once we know the 3?
No, it'll be one of the three, whatever is submitted. Two
And
of them have been
we have
named.
to check that the movie's available. And who's gonna pick it, Neil?
The availability. Staff will
Whatever is
determine which one is
available and the cheapest.
Yes.
That's
All right. So there's been a motion made. It's been seconded. Is there any more discussion? All right, it's been seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of having a movie in the park May 22nd in the evening, please signify by calling the roll, Madam Secretary, please.
You want me to do roll call?
Yes, call the roll, please.
Neil,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Elsa, yes. Carla,
Yes.
Charles,
He's sleeping.
Charles fell asleep on us.
Charles is sleeping.
No.
Diana,
Wait a minute, Charles said no.
Diana
You say no,
Soto.
Charles?
Yes, no.
Charles.
Charles said no.
Oh, Charles said no. Oh, okay. Okay. Felicia,
Yes.
Denise, where?
Denise
she
is gone.
Esther, the movie.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, 5, 6, 7. 7 yes and 1 no.
I see. Did you get Diana? Diane?
I got
Which
Diana.
Diane? There's two Dianes. Which Diane?
Diana Soto.
Soto?
Yeah, there's only one Diana.
Denise locked
Denise
out.
and Diana.
It's Denise, Esther, not Diane.
Okay.
Denise locked out. So she left. But Diana Soto came on. Okay?
All right.
So we have 7
the motion
yes,
passed.
1 no.
7 and 1 no. Great. Thank you. Is there anything else we need to deal with?
Oh, I sent something to Willie as new business. If you want to discuss it real quick.
What?
All right, got to be quick because it's almost 10 o'clock.
Okay, I sent a quick email because I don't know the status of our cultural center white paper, if it was approved or not. In the meantime, I think we should see if we can do outdoor activities. I'll ask Willie to send it to you guys, and maybe for the next meeting we can discuss it. I think it's an opportunity to promote our cultural center. If we do miscellaneous like outdoor activities, we can use venues like the farmers market, Main Street, and so forth to bring awareness of importance of culture in our community. So read the email and give us your thoughts. Thank you.
Alicia, are you thinking of doing that this year? From our
If we
current
can get
budget?
started, we can, in our next meeting, we can discuss it. I think we have time. I mean, I'm anxious to get it done. I think it's about time that we do something. We used
And
to
we
have
have funds
Main Street Live.
available.
We used to do a lot of outdoor activities, and now we're not doing anything.
No, and we have funds available this year, so at least you can try to do something.
Yeah,
Really,
we can
can we-
talk to the guy in the farmers market. They're doing activities, and that's a good venue because a lot of people show up.
Yeah, they just had the first one this Saturday, so it was a big turnout.
And they're having it every
Okay.
Saturday now.
Yeah, but this was the first Saturday you just had it, so it is a big turnout. Ladies and gentlemen, advise each of you to take a look at our budget. Willie, can in the next, when is the earliest that we can have another meeting? Because we want to start planning some of these events so we can spend these dollars before the summer is over. Because we've got a lot of things that we want to do. And I know, Charles, you were looking at one time, we were talking about the Jazz on the Green. And you said always in the summertime was a busy time, isn't it? Or is the fall of the year the busy time for golf? I'm not a golfer, so I don't know. Which one is it?
November was the best day for Shulas to give us for the jazz in the golf
Well,
course.
so that would be past
Yeah.
this fiscal year. So we have to do something before September 30th.
Now, since you mentioned the budget, Neil, next meeting we will need to decide our budget for next fiscal year. So
Yes, that's why I'm asking them to look at the current budget
so
that we can go ahead and approve a budget for the coming fiscal year. Because you guys got to go through the budgetary process with the town staff and the finance director and all of that. So
our next meeting, we need to make decisions, what to keep, what to add, and so forth.
all right, when is our next meeting?
In May. Give me a second, Neil. I'm bringing it up now. May 24th, sir.
May 24th. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I think what would be very helpful if each of us would submit to Willie, not to me, but to Willie, some either new items that you'd like to see included in the budget, or just do a check on the ones that we've already had. There's space for you to write in what you would like to see happen for the next fiscal year, and send it in so that we can have the information. So when we meet next time, that we'll be able to finalize a budget based on your input. If you see something on here, like we have Art Basel, we've got Black Cultural Affairs, we've got book reading, a COF concert on the green, concerts, 4th of July celebration, fishing tournament, Father's Day tournament, and Cultural Affairs Committee meeting. What is that? Cultural Affairs Committee. Martin Luther King Affairs breakfast. And we have the spring, no, that's not ours anymore. Women's Cultural Affair, or Women of Distinction Affair that we usually have each year. And again, we did not have listed this year the item regarding, excuse me?
Neil, you're covering your face with your paper.
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have on here, the Irish Scottish celebration. We didn't have it on there this year, so we want to try to do it next year. So we need to include that in the budget. So would you please take a look at the budget, put your name on it, and send it back what you are recommending, any changes, if not, but we please add the Earth, Pride Month, and Mothers Around the World celebration. Is there any other item to come before the committee tonight? We've gone a long time because we were going through some, very interesting discussions. So is there any comments? Any questions? Any concerns? Hearing none. All those in favor of, I'll entertain a motion for adjourning the meeting.
Aye.
Make the motion to adjourn. Aye.
Moved in second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned. Thanks so much for not Councilman, but Vice Mayor Collazo for joining us this evening. Thank you. Willie, did you find the date? May 24th is our next meeting. Is that right?
Yes, sir. May 24th. It should be in the calendar already, but I'll verify for you guys.
Okay, and again, please make sure everybody's got the budget. Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Have a good night, everyone.
Stay safe, everybody. Have a great weekend.